everybody. Hey, Dirk. Um, I hope that see you next Wednesday thing doesn't mean that you're going to leave. But if you do, you do. I think I might be competing with AEW tonight. I get so confused. Like, I don't watch wrestling on a regular basis. Um, it's not that I don't like wrestling. Like I said, I don't watch it on a regular basis, so I can't really keep up with when all the wrestling shows are on. Um, but it seems like last time I did one of these on a Wednesday, Wes was telling me I was competing with AEW, and then the next time I did one, I was competing with SmackDown, I think. But um, anyway, um, I just wanted to go over a few things before I get into this live stream. Um, I think you can probably figure out, even if you didn't see my thing on the Dead Pit fans Facebook page, what I'm actually going to be doing this on, um, or somewhat of an idea. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about my Etsy shop again. I know I'm promoting the hell out of that thing, but I'm trying to, drum up some interest for the things that I've got on there. I did make my first sale. Um, Darcy the mail girl actually purchased a candle from me, and I was super excited over that. Um, and I just got her candle packaged up today, and I'll be shipping it out to her tomorrow. Hey, Darren. Um, and I'm also, in case she watches this, I'm also going to be including some stickers in there that I promised to send to her and Joe Bob. And there's two of each one of the stickers that I made. Um, I don't know if I showed you guys all the different stickers I have. I know I showed you the Darcy sticker. There's the Ernie stickers. Let's see what else. And these stickers are all available on my Etsy shop for $2 a piece. There's the Joe Bob ones, and you can choose to have like the clear ones, or you can get the matte. Um, let's see. Here's the. I don't know if I've got these up there, but these are the last drive-in logos that I used on the pint glasses. And here, uh, yeah, it is pretty awesome, Dirk. Um, and I see that you watched an American Werewolf. That is an awesome, awesome movie, and I'm gonna shortly be getting that 4K because I really want to get that. And by popular demand, guys, I have made the Yuki sticker. So you can get that on the Etsy shop as well. Um, but let me just lay this stuff back over there. I've had stuff all over the house because, I was getting that candle made today and trying to get it all packaged up and all that. And I think Steve was a little perturbed at me when he came home because I had stuff out in the kitchen where I was making the candle, and because you have to heat the soy wax, and I basically use my double boiler for that because I've got a candle making kit. Not that you guys are like super interested in this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. But my candle making kit comes with a little metal container that you can measure the soy wax out, depending on how big of a candle you're making. And I'm generally making like 4 ounce to 6 ounce candles. I'm thinking the horror candles and the last drive-in candles are both 6 ounces. I thought they were 4, but I was looking at what I'd purchased through Amazon, and I think it said they were 6 ounces. So um, there were 4 ounce ones I got, but those were like primarily to like for to make for me, and because I love having candles around the house, it just makes the house smell so good. Um, and to give to friends and family. Like I'm going to give my mom one, um, and my mother-in-law. I'm going to give her one too. We're supposed to see her this weekend, so um, I'm planning on doing that. But anyways, the I have added like Mod Podge to the test pint glass that I was making. Um, I'm not real thrilled with how that turned out because it's given it a kind of frosted look. And I have made a notation on the my Etsy shop page, that if you're not planning on drinking out of them, you can specify that you don't want the Mod Podge put on there. If you're just going to display it or something, then I think they'll be fine. But otherwise, if you're going to be drinking out of them, um, Darren, you think I might get a shout out on the next last drive-in? I mean, I'd be thrilled if they did. If not, that's okay too. I mean, that's not really why I'm doing it. That would just be an extra perk if I got mentioned. Um, but I'm just doing this because of my love and support for both Joe Bob and Darcy, um, and what they're doing for the mutant fam. Um, that's really why I'm doing it. But like I said, it'd be a nice little perk if I got mentioned on the last drive-in. Season 4 is supposed to start up actually on April 29th. If any of you guys are interested in that. Um, Darren, you say American Werewolf is the best werewolf film in your opinion. Um, yeah, I was going to mention Silver Bullet too, and I have a special affection for The Howling as well. Um, and Dirk, you say you bet I will get a shout out. Yeah, it's most people that send Joe Bob and Darcy stuff do get a shout out. So I'd be just thrilled as can be if my name is mentioned or my Etsy shop is mentioned or the YouTube channel is mentioned. But like I said, that's not the primary reason why I'm doing this. And like I was gonna send Darcy the candle for free. Being as she said she'd like to have an Ernie candle when I made some. So I was like, well, I'll just send her one for free. But she actually got on my Etsy shop. She wanted a link to it, and so I sent a link to her Twitter feed, and I think that's also drummed up some more like visits. I haven't had any more sales, but there's been several more visits, and I'm sure the Twitter feed, like me putting that on the Twitter feed and her retweeting it, probably drummed up some more visits to the site. uh, Darren, you say The Howling is a very good film too. Wolfen is an underrated one as well. Yeah, I used to didn't like I didn't like Wolfen, but over time I've grown to like it somewhat better. Ben, you said sometimes I put the Just Joe Bob segments on while I work. Yeah, sometimes, maybe if you don't have time to specifically sit down and watch the movie and you just want to hear Joe Bob's rants or whatever, those are a good thing to listen to or watch. Um, and that's probably more than likely why Shudder put those on, because they know that people are so entertained. Even if they're not entertained by the movies that are being shown, they would be entertained by what Joe Bob is talking about on a particular week. Um, what did she say? Derek, give us a quick review for Sequelitis tomorrow. Thoughts or quick review on these movies, Exorcist 2 and Bud the Chud. You say Darcy can wax your candle. You better watch that now, Wes, because Darcy might be watching this. She has subscribed to my channel. So be careful now. Dirk, you say you were talking to Chris Nelson in a chat on Monday, and he said Halloween Ends is not going to be what people think it's going to be. Oh, you were saying you wanted me to give a quick review for Sequelitis tomorrow. So you want me to give it now in the middle of my live stream? Well, I can give you my thoughts. See, I don't know if I've seen Chud 2, or it's probably been so long since I have seen it that I probably couldn't really give, either thoughts or a good review on it. But The Exorcist 2, my thoughts on The Exorcist 2 is I was very disappointed in that movie. I thought it was overly long. I thought it was boring. The only good thing about it really was Linda Blair was on it again. But the first time I watched it, I remember being super excited because I rented it and I had already watched The Exorcist. Was a huge fan of The Exorcist. I still am a huge fan of The Exorcist. And I put this sucker in the VCR and I just could not believe what I was watching, because I don't know who could get enjoyment out of that unless you're like Steve and he says his favorite is Pazuzu's Reagan. Well, okay, so Linda Blair's sexy in it. But that doesn't make for a good movie, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, Linda Blair, I guess, is eye candy for that, but like she's eye candy in Savage Streets, and that's a much better movie than The Exorcist 2. Let's see. Ben, you said, what is your perfect double feature that you'd want in the last drive-in? Ooh, Ben, that's hard. But probably one of my top ones would be, and you guys probably know me pretty well, know what I'm going to say, but like, I'd almost want a triple feature. Evil Dead 2, and Army of Darkness. If they could get those movies, if Shudder could get the rights to show them, I would love that. That would be awesome. Oh, Curly Jaws, you're actually saying fuck The Exorcist 2? I figured you would like it, oh, Curly Jaws. I'm not making fun of you at all. I just figured, based on some of the other things that you like, that you would like that. Dirk, you say you finally agree with old Curly. Wes, is that enough for you to use for the sequelitis thing? I mean, I could give you a little more if you needed me to, but if that'll work, I didn't want to ramble on and on, because I'm sure you guys will probably have more input from other people on those two movies. Darky say it might make more sense if it was on if I was on some serious drugs and firewater. Darren, you say you do enjoy The Exorcist 2. I almost watch it as a comedy. Richard Burton was permanently drunk on set in that giant flying locust. Maybe that's what I need to do, Darren, is like watch it as a comedy instead of a horror movie, and maybe I'll like it better. I'll have to try that, a little experiment at some point. You're just curious what I thought. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't give you any um, insights on Bud the Chud, because, like I said, I cannot remember if I actually have never seen it, or it's been so long that I can't remember it. So, um, anyways, so what I was saying about those pint glasses, and that's probably going to be the last thing I talk about as far as my Etsy shop. Um, Before I get into the meat of this live stream. Um, like I said, I was not real happy with how the Mod Podge looked on it, um, because it gave that frosted effect, and I thought it was going to dry clear. So I might, since the glass that I put the Mod Podge on was a test glass, it's going to be one that I'm going to use for myself. I'm kind of getting my feet wet making these. And so I'm thinking of getting some food safe epoxy, which is actually supposed to dry crystal clear. And getting some of that and using that and seeing if that works a little bit better to seal the actual stickers on the glass. Oh, Curly Jaws, you say you going to watch the Leprechaun series tomorrow? Tomorrow is the 17th, isn't it? Oh, Curly Jaws. You know what? I don't know. I have to work tomorrow. I'm working from home. So, I might have an opportunity to, but I just don't know what all's going to be in my wheelhouse that I have to do. I have um, I have an interview tomorrow at 2:30. And so that's going to take time out of my day. It's just a 30-minute interview, but it's something that's going to take a little bit of space of time to do that. Hey, Jay. Dirk, you say, yes, Darren, all kinds of films can be good on how you go into them. That's exactly right, Dirk. I totally agree with that. Let's see. Well, she said, Curly, you and Metal Ma'am need to do a Children of the Corn retrospective. That would actually be interesting, I think. I would watch that. Curly Jaws, you say, doing my ranking of the entire franchise tomorrow. Darren, you say, yes, Dirk, you can smell the alcohol through the TV screen when Richard Burton's on camera. Hey, Anthony. I'm glad to see you in here. I think, is this maybe the first time that I've seen you in one of my live streams? I can't recall, because sometimes we have quite a few people in here, not like Dead Pit level or the captain level or anything like that, but sometimes I have a few more at other times than I do others. I finally got on the bandwagon that Wes has talked me into, is having my live streams later, because I think that allows for more people to be in here. Instead of having them at like 6 or 7 o'clock, I kind of try to have them 8, 9 o'clock, something like that. Dirk, you say Exorcist 2 is a shit show on a library lesson. So, anyway, we're going to go ahead and get started with this. And my plan is not to go on all night till like up to 3 o'clock in the morning, but my plan is to kind of dissect the first season of The Last Drive-In. And what I'm going to start out with is I'm going to give you a little background on Joe Bob Briggs / how The Last Drive-In came about. And I've got things to, jog my memory. I've got the Wikipedia page open, and so I'm going to be referring to it some until I get to my opinions on the actual movies that were shown. And it also will remind me which movies were shown which week. I'm also going to talk about the specials like the Dinners of Death that were right before the first season. And I'm also going to talk about the initial marathon. So, if you guys are, if any of you guys in here are not, you know, if you haven't watched a single episode of The Last Drive-In and you don't want to know what the movies are in advance, you might want to tune out while I'm talking about this stuff, because I don't want to ruin anything for anybody, because when I watched these first run, it was kind of like the suspense of wondering what the movie Joe Bob was going to show that night. So, Dirk, you say you've been watching old Curly's vids, and they're good stuff and have you cracking up. Well, that's great. I'm glad to see that old Curly Jaws is getting some fan. He's getting quite a fan base now, I think. So, anyway, I'm going to open up the old Wikipedia page here real quick and give you guys a little bit of background. So basically, for anybody that doesn't know, The Last Drive-In is a streaming television series that was created by Joe Bob Briggs, Austin Jennings, and I haven't heard this name before, but Matt Manjurids for Shudder. I always hear Joe Bob talk about Austin, and actually Ernie the Bearded Dragon is Austin's bearded dragon. When I first started watching this, I wasn't sure if that was Joe Bob's bearded dragon or somebody else's, but it turns out it's Austin's. So Joe Bob was known for hosting Joe Bob's Drive-In Theater and Monster Vision. So Shudder decided to have him do a standalone marathon of horror movies of his choosing. But because of the extreme positive reception that this marathon got, it exceeded their expectations and resulted in a continued partnership. The series currently has 3 seasons, of which I will tell you I'm going to be... I'm planning on doing, a dissection of each one of the series. There is also, like I said before, the 4th season starts April 29th. There's 11 total specials and more on the way, this says. The show follows Joe Bob as he hosts 2 or more films alongside Darcy the Mail Girl, otherwise known as Diana Prince. With cameos by Yuki Nakamura, who is the production designer, music supervisor John Brennan, and occasional guests. We're going to talk about a few of the guests that were during the 1st season as well. The hosted segments include the famous drive-in totals, as well as fun facts, rants, singing, comedy, interviews, awards, and performances. Now, there was a 17-year gap between the cancellation of Monster Vision and the emergence of The Last Drive-In. So, at that over 17 years rather, at that mark, Joe Bob had tweeted that Shudder had shown interest in reviving the series. I remember I was so excited when I found out that this was happening. But at the time, when this was first announced, there was some question about whether this would be the final appearance of Joe Bob on any kind of movie hosting show. So there was an official announcement made on June 25th that Joe Bob would be returning in a 24-hour marathon for the Shudder TV live feed. And for those of you that watched that, that live feed, there was a heck of a lot of craziness going on. Like they basically they basically broke the internet, as they said, because there were so many people that were trying to tune in and live stream this at one time that it did cause some technical difficulties. Um, Darren, you say I should try and get Diana Prince to come on one of my streams. I might get brave enough to ask her. But I'm going to have to teach myself how to add somebody to this OBS. I'm not sure what kind of software Darcy or Diana what might have. And then I've got to figure out how to get that person in here, whether it's her or somebody else, into the OBS, with as little technical problems as possible. But yeah, if I can get brave enough, Darren, I will ask her about coming on a stream, because I would love to have her on. Dirk, yes, we are still doing Eurocult. Actually, this Sunday we will be recording a show with Darren. So y'all can look out for that new show here soon. Ben, you say you remember Cinemasker did a video on how much he loves Joe Bob, which led to him doing an interview with Joe Bob. Seemed to lead to the marathon. Well, that's interesting to know, too. Darren, you say, Eurocult Sleepless out anytime now. Thanks. Curly Jaw says, thanks, Dirk. And Dirk says, you bet, buddy. Okay. So, anyway, I'm going to go back to this Wikipedia page here just for a second here. So on July 13th, Shudder aired The Last Drive-In with Joe Bob Briggs, July 2018 marathon, featuring, and we're going to talk about each one of these movies here in a second, featuring Tourist Trap, Sleepaway Camp, Rabid, The Prowler, Sorority Babes in the Slimeball Bolorama, Daughters of Darkness, Blood Feast, Basket Case, Reanimator, Demons, The Legend of Boggy Creek, Hellraiser, and Pieces. The movies contain several interruptions. I wouldn't really call it interruptions because people expect this from Joe Bob. For the drive-in totals, insider stories, and rants. These segments also included Darcy the Mail Girl, who showed up in movie-themed outfits to banter with Joe Bob and brought messages from fans, as well as live tweeted with viewers. And that's another thing about Darcy that's really different from the other male girls of the past. She seems to be a really internet savvy, although she never admits that she's internet savvy, but anybody that can stay on top of that. I mean, if you watch her during The Last Drive-In, she is always on her phone, she's just like blazing fast on the Twitter feed, just all the time. So I think anybody that can do that is definitely both internet savvy and social media savvy. And that hadn't been the case really I'm guessing because things like Twitter and stuff weren't real huge when the other male girls were doing their appointed duty. So Darcy's really the first male girl that's been able to partake of the popularity of social media. But I think that's probably also why she's as popular as she is. One thing is her personality. She has a beautiful personality. And that really shines through in everything she does. Um, but being on social media, being on Twitter as much as she is, makes her more accessible to fans. And she's always interacting with fans. She always interacts with me, I know, and I see her interacting with other fans as well on her Twitter feed. So I think those are two things that make her very popular, almost as popular as Joe Bob. I mean, she has a following. She definitely has a following. Um, Dirk, you say, I know I haven't been in this group of folks of horror long, but as far as I'm concerned, this is the best group and fam in the horror community. Um, oh, Curly Jaws, you say, Sleepaway Camp, so great. I love Sleepaway Camp. Now, let me ask you this, oh, Curly Jaws. We're not really going to dissect Return to Sleepaway Camp, but I want to know what you think about that one, because I personally, even though Felissa Rose was in that, and I love Felissa, and Jonathan Tiersten and a bunch of other people from the original movie were back. I just don't know what happened with that movie, but it seemed to just fall off the map, in my opinion. Durgy say those are some bangers. You talking about? Dirk, are you talking about Darcy's uh, her being well endowed, or TJ? You say Darcy is really real good at liking tweets and retweeting fans. She is. I honestly don't see how she keeps up with all that. She must be on Twitter just constantly. She would have to be able to respond as quickly as she does. Um, but anyway, um, let's see. So let's go ahead and talk about the marathon, which was, which was really the movies I listed. Yeah, they showed some awesome movies that night. And granted, I'll be honest, I wasn't able to stay up for the entire marathon. Um, so it was kind of like I was watching some of the stuff in pieces. And Pieces was one of the movies that was shown. Um, so we're going to go ahead and get into the movies that were on the marathon. And I'll be honest, there is one movie, at least one, on this the list, on the marathon list, that I have yet to watch in any format, including on the marathon. Now, as many of you guys know, I guess after a certain time period, Shudder loses the license to show these movies. So you may go to watch the Joe Bob marathon, but you might not necessarily get to see some of the movies, because evidently Shudder's lost their license to show them. I have a shirt of Darcy too. It's the I think it's the original one that they came out with from Fright Rags. Um, and I paid $100, which I thought was fine because it was going to charity, and I'm all about that. Plus, I got a Joe Bob Ruins Christmas shirt, and I also got a Last Drive-In tote bag as well. So it was well worth it to me, in my opinion. I want to get another Darcy shirt. I actually want to get the one that's showing up on the image that's showing up on my screen, where she's got the letters in her hand and she's holding Ernie, and I think it says Messenger of the Mutants or something like that. I want to get that one eventually as well. Um, But anyway, we're going to go ahead and get into the movies. Now, the first movie was Tourist Trap. And I'll be honest, prior to Joe Bob showing this on the last drive in marathon, um, it, I had not seen Tourist Trap. I don't recall ever watching Tourist Trap. Now, because of the last drive in, I'm a huge fan of that movie. I'm like Joe Bob. I think Chuck Connors is was excellent in that role. Um, Tanya Roberts is also in this. Jocelyn Jones is in this. Um, that's the one you have too, Dirk. Um, guys, I hate to do this to you. I really do. But Brandon really needs his sleep medicine. Excuse me. Otherwise, he's not going to go to sleep and he's going to be back here barking and carrying on and whining. So I'm going to put the lovely Evil Dead background up for just a second while I take care of him. And I will be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Let's see. Let me catch up here on the chat here. I agree, Darren. Tourist Trap is so good, and I don't know how I missed this lovely gem for so long. Um, Jay, you want to fellow chat people, how and where were you first introduced to Joe Bob? Um, Darren, you say I'm from the UK, so only last 10 years I've seen Joe Bob on YouTube and Shutter now. Dirk, you say I was first introduced to Joe Bob when he was on Casino with Robert De Niro, bitching at him. um, I think I've shared my story before, but I'll be glad to share it again. I I had a short stint in college at Murray State University. And I bet a lot of you don't know that about me. Even Wes might not know that about me. It didn't last very long. I guess I'm not college material. I didn't fit into that lifestyle. Uh, and so uh, basically, I was there for a week. I roomed with my cousin Heather, who people told me never room with family members. Uh, Sorry, I'm eating, guys. I need a little snack. Um, and so I went home after that first week, intending to come back, and I just never did. So I guess I'm a college dropout. But during that weekend while I was home, I was channel surfing late one night and came across TNT, and there was a guy on there in cowboy attire. I was like, this looks interesting, so I stopped. I was watching. I was like, this guy is really cool, um, and I I had no idea who he was. I did not know. I was not aware of when he was on drive-in theater on the movie channel. I just had no clue. He was showing The Beast Within this night, and I found him just ultimately entertaining. And so then I started trying to find out everything I could about this guy. Um, Including, I knew Joe Bob Briggs wasn't his real name. I mean, I knew that had to be a persona that he was using. But I found out his real name was John Bloom, and he's a very uh, talented writer. He has wrote a true crime novel. He's wrote other, like something on space or something like that. I think that book may have been where Darcy met him for the first time. But yeah, that was my first introduction to Joe Bob. Darren, you said that opening scene of Tourist Trap in the gas station scared the hell out of me when I first seen it. Yeah, that is so damn creepy. The whole setup with this is creepy. Um, TJ, oh, Dirk, you say, yeah, it's creepy as hell. TJ, you say, for me, it was all the way back when Joe Bob was on the movie channel. He was the first to have Evil Dead on cable TV, I think. I think so too, TJ. Um, Darren, you say it's Tourist Trap's a PG rated film as well, which is crazy. Yeah, but it works. It works. It hits all the bases. Um, Dirk, you say he's from Texarkana, about 45 minutes from where I live. Mm-hmm. What? That's really cool to be that close. Um, anyway, y'all keep chatting in there. I'm going to talk a little bit more about Tourist Trap. Um, that whole, the whole idea of using these mannequins and that, I'll tell you another scene that was like, I'm claustrophobic anyway, so this scene really affected me. But the scene where Tanya Roberts and her boyfriend are basically tied up in this room, and there's this other girl that's laying on the table, Tina, and the killer comes in there and wants to celebrate, wants them to drink alcohol and stuff, and nobody's really wanting to drink any alcohol at that time. But I don't know exactly how long he's had this poor girl Tina held captive, but I guess he's through playing around with her, and he mixes up this plaster that he's going to put on her face, and he tells her exactly, step by step, what he's going to do to her and what's going to happen to her. As he's slowly putting this plaster on her face, he starts like at her forehead, moves down, until there's just one area, I believe her nostrils have not been covered, and then he slaps it on her nostrils. And that is so terrifying to me, and I think most claustrophobic people, it would be terrifying to even think about that. TJ, you say 100% agree. That suffocation scene is so simple but intense. Yeah, it just, little things like that just really play with your head. Darren, you said dirt not far from the town that dreaded Suddentown. That's right. But let me ask you guys this. I wasn't really sure the first time I watched it who the killer was, and I'm not gonna give it away, um, in case there are some of you guys in here that have not seen it. So I just want to put this out there. Did any of you guys know point blank from the first few scenes when they got to the wax museum who the killer was? Because I had an idea, but I wasn't 100% sure. Darky say his voice is creepy as hell, but then again, so much about this film stays with you. And Darky say, yes, they have a yearly drive-in there and play the town that dreaded sundown every year. Yes, Darren, the whole supernatural element with the telekinesis and the way the mannequins or dolls or whatever you want to call them, their mouths drop way open. It's like they're almost open too wide. And you have that complete with the sound effects and Pino Donaggio's music. Just like I said, everything seems to work in this film. It doesn't matter that there's not a lot of blood or gore or anything like that. This movie has atmosphere in spades. And I can really see why Joe Bob wanted to show this particular movie. It's directed by David Schmoller, who most of you probably know also did Creepshow and kicked off the Puppet Master series. I said Creepshow. I meant Crawl Space. Sorry, guys. See, I do need to eat something because I meant Crawl Space. How many of you guys have seen Crawl Space? Darren, you say you don't think that you worked out who the killer was the first time. I think this one is one that they really don't want you to figure out who it is, because I've seen other movies be more blatant about who the killer actually is. Anyway, that's Tourist Trap, and you guys continue, like, you chat about anything that you want in here, and like y'all can keep talking about Tourist Trap even if I move on to another movie. Durkee said that damn music and the haunting singing from the mannequins, but I guess it's all coming from him, or is he putting that in their head? I don't know if it's that, or we're just like the viewer, we're supposed to be hearing that to freak us out more. And the combination of it possibly being in the killer's head as well. TJ, you say that House of Wax movie with Paris Hilton was kind of like Tourist Trap. Yeah, I think it would be. But honestly, TJ, I haven't seen a House of Wax remake, I believe it was, with Paris Hilton, because I don't care much for Paris Hilton. But that's my opinion, though. Darren, you say not seen Crawl Space. Is that the Kinski film? It certainly is, Darren. That is the great Klaus Kinski in Crawl Space. And we could probably have a whole other live stream just talking about Klaus Kinski. Actually, I might do that sometime. That guy he had a heck of a career and a heck of a life, too. Darren, you say, yeah, agreed. House of Wax was more of a remake than the Vincent Price film. Okay. So that was Tourist Trap, the first movie they showed. Um, the next one, Kinsky Stream, yeah. You know, I'm actually thinking more and more that that might be something that I could do. Um, because I've seen several Klaus Kinski movies, and been introduced to more by Steve. So I think I could probably do a proper live stream on him, rather. But Sleepaway Camp was the next movie, and I've been a huge Sleepaway Camp Sleepaway Camp fan for years, and so I was excited when I found out he was gonna be showing that. And well, you know what, Jay, I saw. I think it was Herzog that like I saw him like arguing or fighting with Herzog. I think, and he was like going ape, and it was like you didn't always see Klaus Kinski like this, but I think I think he had gotten in trouble for like grabbing at women on the sets of movies and things like that. He was a little bit touchy feely, from what I've heard. You think a Kinski stream would be killer? Well, Darren, I'll certainly put that in the works, so that we can do that. Um, but Sleepaway Camp was one that I saw the sequels. I saw 2 and 3 before I ever got to see the original Sleepaway Camp. And then my aunt told me about the original. I was like, wow, I got to see this movie. And there were so many great scenes in this movie. And I'm not just talking about the ending, I'm talking about the curling iron scene and the cook getting burned severely. Um, the snake coming out of Kenny's mouth after he's dead. Um, I mean, just the bees on the face, all of that stuff combined, just great special effects and great setups. I thought Felissa Rose, even at that young age, was perfect for the role of Angela. This is a movie that I also think covers all the bases and works on all levels. Um, I like the second and third one as more because they had Pamela Springsteen playing the Angela character, and I think they were played more for comedy mixed with the horror, and I feel like the original Sleepaway Camp was more straight ahead horror. Uh, I'm gonna have to see Jay if I can find that, or maybe Steve can get a copy of it, or he may already have a copy of it. I'd like to see that. Darren, you say that documentary is supposed to be nuts. Well, it's got Kinski. It's about Kinski, so it's gotta be nuts. Jay, you say, I know it's not hard, but I would recommend Fitzcarraldo and the Wrath of God, anyone who likes artful cinema. I'll have to check that out, Jay. I think I've heard of that, but I've never seen it. Darren, you say, I'm in the minority, but I think Sleepaway Camp is overrated. It's an average slasher with a great ending. 2 and 3, I like way more. Well, I don't think you're in the minority, really, Darren, because I hear a lot of people say they like 2 and 3 better. Actually, um, and I'm not sure if. Oh, Aaron agrees with you too. See, you're not in the minority. I'm about to get choked here, guys. But I don't know if it's a case of people have seen 2 and 3 before they saw 1, like in my case. And they liked how Pamela Springsteen portrayed Angela. And then they watched the first one and it's like, what the heck is this? This is so dark and different. And Angela's just a little girl instead of a grown woman. And I think it could be any number of things. It may be because the actors are maybe not as well seasoned in the original Sleepaway Camp. They're all the 2 and 3 are done by a different director, who obviously wanted to take the film series in a different direction than Robert Hiltzik did. Michael A. Simpson was obviously more interested in having that comedic element to the character. And I'm trying to remember, they may have asked Felissa Rose if she wanted to reprise her role in at least the second one. And I can't really remember what the reason was. She might have not been old enough, maybe, or, maybe she thought that maybe they should use somebody else. I can't remember. If anybody else remembers, because I think Felissa Rose has talked about it, so one of you guys might remember exactly what she said. I just don't want to talk out of turn about it. Well, she said the ending of Sleepaway Camp would offend somebody now. Well, it more than likely would, because people are so sensitive now. It maybe wouldn't even get made now. TJ, you say they should have brought back Aunt Martha in one of the sequels. She would have fit the comedy in 2 and 3. Rip Desiree Gould. Desiree Gould was one of those. I saw her talk like years after Sleepaway Camp was released, and I bet that one was a trip. I mean, just the way she talks and stuff, she seemed like, I don't really want to say wacky, but some of the stuff she said and the way she said it, and I think she went into real estate, I think. So can you imagine her selling real estate? And I was wrong about Robert Hiltzik, because I think I told you guys in one other stream that he went into real estate, but actually he became a lawyer. Okay, well, she said she was away at college and couldn't do part 2. Okay, thank you for the info. I had forgotten exactly what was said. Durkee say, oh, for sure, Wes. I'll never forget seeing that on late night HBO. I was young as hell, and it might have been my first jaw-dropping scene. Yeah, I think that probably shocked a lot of people, because back at the time that movie was made, I don't really think that there was a lot of full frontal. Now, Slaughter High, we saw full frontal from a guy. But things like that, in my opinion, were rare at that certain time. Now people will probably show full frontal. And two, Sleepaway Camp had more nudity from guys, and this has been brought up more than once. And there was virtually no nudity from the girls. I mean, Joe Bob even took a half-star deduction off of the film because there were no boobs. But Anyway, I might actually be in the minority for liking Sleepaway Camp. But I like the other two as well. I like 2 and 3 as well. They certainly have their merits. And they were the first ones that I saw. Keep in mind. But again, no ill will towards Robert Hiltzik or Felissa or Jonathan Tiersten or anybody else that worked on Return to Sleepaway Camp. I honestly was disappointed in that movie. I don't know what happened with that movie. It just blew my mind that Robert Hiltzik could make Sleepaway Camp a halfway decent movie and then turn around and return to Sleepaway Camp many years later and it'd be so awful. Dirk, you said, as he should. Jay, you said, Joe Bob is correct to deduct that star for no booba. I'm sure a lot of you guys feel that way. Darren, you say, and not forgetting Kendall and Pieces doing a full male frontal. Exactly, Darren. Dirk, you said that that pedo cook was creepy as hell too. He was. Like Joe Bob was saying, I was rewatching the marathon showing of Sleepaway Camp last night. And Joe Bob does a very creepy impression of Artie the cook when he says, "Look at all that young, fresh chicken." That guy is super creepy. But they say the guy, Owen Hughes, that played that part was a really sensitive guy. Off the set, he was off in a corner reading something. I mean, and no, it wasn't like child porn stuff or anything like that. It wasn't kiddie porn. I mean, he was a really intellectual guy. And you would never dream that from watching him as this, as the Artie character in Sleepaway Camp. Well, she said, we did a commentary for Sleepaway Camp too. It's on Patreon. Well, Wes, I'm going to have to check that out because I don't think I've listened to that commentary that you guys did. Steve and I also did a commentary for Sleepaway Camp 2, and I believe we did one for Sleepaway Camp 3 as well. And then I want to say we did one for Sleepaway Camp. So we might have done one for all three. TJ, you say, I like the first three. I think one thing about Return was that main kid was so annoying. Yeah, TJ, I'm glad you brought that up because that one kid was annoying. You know, you want to talk about annoying kids. He reminded me of that kid. I don't know how many of you guys have seen Memorial Valley Massacre, but I know that's a super low budget movie. It has Cameron Mitchell on it and everything. But there was a kid, an overweight kid. I mean, I hate to say that, but it's true. Similar to the kid in Return to Sleepaway Camp, how he was overweight. And this kid in Memorial Valley Massacre was like, he was always whining and carrying on and crying around and being babied by his mother. And he wanted to ride a 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler through a national park, so to speak, even though he was told not to because it disturbed the ecosystem with the animals and stuff. And so that kid in Return to Sleepaway Camp reminds me a lot of that kid in Memorial Valley Massacre. Let's see, Darren, you say, I haven't brought myself to watch Return to Sleepaway Camp. I've had that DVD 10 years now as well. I think I have the DVD too, Darren, and I think I watched it all one time, and I just can't, I can't bring myself to watch it again. Jay, you say, I don't begrudge admirers of the male form, and they can rate Sleepaway Camp higher. Dirk, you say, don't remember any of the sequels. Wes, you say a lot of people don't remember that Return to Sleepaway Camp was shelved for many years before it came out. Yeah, it was. And in my opinion, maybe Wes, it should have stayed shelved. um, Darren, you say Dirk, give part two another watch. It's a blast. Yeah, I would agree with that. I remember watching the second one and the third one with my mom, and it just, I mean, this probably sounds kind of weird that I have warm memories of watching that kind of stuff with my mom, but as I've said before, my mom used to be a huge horror movie fan, a slasher movie fan, all of that. She was big into the Friday the 13th films when she was younger. Somewhere along the way, she lost interest in them. But back when these movies came out on the second, third Sleepaway Camp movies came out on video, she was still of the mind that she liked that kind of stuff. And so I remember watching that with her. Hey, Trash. Jay, you say very belated sequels rarely work. There's no recapturing past mojo. I would agree with that, Jay. Sometimes there should be a statute of limitations, I think, maybe on some of these movies when they should just hang it up and not make any more. Dirk, you say, Wes, I've been on Patreon binging y'all stuff at work, but now I gotta scroll down about 20 minutes before I get to some content I haven't heard, lol. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. Y'all feel free to keep chatting in there. We're gonna go ahead with the next movie, which was Rabid, starring Marilyn Chambers. And I know you guys all know who Marilyn Chambers is, or I'm predicting you know who Marilyn Chambers is. She used to be the Ivory Snow girl, and then she got into porn. So I'm not really interested in porn. I mean, if that's something, and I've said this before, that doesn't identify who you are as a person, because Darcy's been in porn, and I hold no grudges against her for being in porn. And, you know, bless her heart, Marilyn Chambers is no longer with us. But I would never hold any ill will towards her or hold a grudge against her for being in porn. I really liked her in Rabid. There's some people that don't like her in this movie. I don't know exactly how much of a percentage of people don't like her in this movie, but I think she does a decent job in it. It is a Cronenberg movie, of which I am a huge, huge Cronenberg fan. I really don't think there's any Cronenberg film that I don't like. So this movie, Rabid, concerns a couple who are riding on a motorcycle and have an accident, and Marilyn Chambers' character gets injured more than her boyfriend. And she gets taken to a hospital, which is pretty much, I mean, I would consider the treatment sort of experimental, where they do some kind of skin grafting, only it's not taking the skin really that she has. It's almost like a synthetic skin that they're creating in a lab. And so when they do this, at first everything seems okay with her. And then this little thing comes out of her armpit, and Joe Bob describes it as looking like a penis creature, and it really does. And even the hole that it comes out of in her armpit looks kind of like a weird vagina. And I'm not trying to get overly sexual here, guys. I'm just telling you what I remember about the movie. TJ, you say, I think Rabid was Marilyn Chambers' first mainstream movie. She did pretty good for what her previous movies were, lol. Yeah, I think it was her first mainstream movie. Texas, you say, I saw Marilyn Chambers perform in a strip club when I was 18 before the drinking age went up to 21. Whoa. I bet that was something else. um, Darren, you say, I've only seen Rabbit once. Remember liking it. Shivers is my favorite of his. I like the Fly remake too. Watched that over and over when it came out. Yeah, I thought he did an excellent job with the Fly remake. I also think that movie was perfectly cast. I think Jeff Goldblum was awesome in that. Um, but Trash, you say Rabbit is one of the first Cronenberg films I saw. I don't think it was one of the first I saw. I'm trying to remember the first time I actually saw that. And I can't really recall. I don't know if I rented it or perhaps I saw it on Independent Film Channel back when it was the Independent Film Channel. Videodrome's another one of my favorites, Trash. Yeah, you guys are mentioning Shivers I really like as well, and Darren mentioned that. But so basically, when this little penis creature comes out of her armpit, she gets a craving for blood and attacks people. And ends up turning them into some kind of ravenous, I wouldn't really call them zombies, but ravenous, insane people, maybe. But basically, by the time this movie's over, like most of the population in this area is turned into these rabid, insane people that go around attacking other people. Scanners is another great Cronenberg movie. Darky said, Videodrome and Scanners are equal to me, but Scanners was my first. X-Ray, you say, just got in. Dana discussing penis creatures. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, X-Ray. I bet you were thinking, what in the hell is she talking about? Penis creatures. Darren, he says, Scanners has that one head blown up scene, but I find the rest of the film boring. See, Darren, I could see where you would feel that way because that is probably the set piece for that movie. And maybe, maybe they ought to had that set piece further into the movie instead of having it more near the beginning. And maybe it would have been a more well-rounded movie that way. They kind of spent all their chips at the casino way too early by having that fantastic head exploding scene at the beginning or near the beginning. Darky say, I thought Cronenberg was good as Dr. Decker in Nightbreed. Yeah, I like his cameos in movies. X-Ray, you say, Rabbit to me was like Canadian Dawn of the Dead. Shivers was like Night of the Living Dead. Trash, you say, Dead Zone is a good one. Yep, definitely. I love Dead Zone. X-Ray, you say, The Brood was like Cronenberg's version of Gremlins and Critters, but years before they existed. That's an interesting take on that. I hadn't thought of it like that. Dirk, you say you love Scanners and it's a trip. Darren, you said The Dead Zone is a great film. I agree. We could probably do a stream on Cronenberg films as well. I don't believe I've done that yet. But again, I'm sorry I'm eating during this. But I was starting to get a teeny bit of a headache, so. But Rabbit is a good little film. That movie's a gritty, dirty little film. And I don't mean dirty in a bad way. I mean, it sets up a very grim depressing, pretty much, atmosphere. And that's probably, most of that's attributed to the Canadian landscape, who, if you didn't know, Cronenberg is a Canadian director. Um, TJ, yeah, we can forgive Cronenberg for acting Jason X, LOL. Well, he was probably the best thing about Jason X, in my opinion. Um, X-Ray, you say Scanners was cool. The Matrix stole more than a bit from it. Darky said the Brood was when he was going through a divorce and he based the two leads on him and his soon-to-be ex, LOL. I didn't know that, Dirk, but I could definitely see that. Um, so, guys, I know some of these I'm going through a little quickly, but that's only because we have so many to cover. And like I said, I don't want to keep people here till 3 a.m. I think you guys will all be passed out on me if I did that. So, at least the marathon ones, because there's so many, I'm going to go through them kind of quickly, so that we can allow for more time to actually cover the first season, plus the little specials, the Dinners of Death, etc. So, Darren, you say, I need to see the Brood one. I never got around to. Oh, wow, Darren. If you definitely need to see the Brood. I really, I'd be surprised if you didn't like the Brood. Okay, so moving right along, the next one is the Prowler. And I know there's some people out there that don't like the Prowler. I am a huge fan of the Prowler. And I can't recall if Wes is one of those people that doesn't care for the Prowler. I can't remember. But Oliver Reed. Yeah, definitely. You love the Prowler, Trash. I do too. I think he's a great little slasher. Tom Savini did the special effects. They are absolutely amazing. Especially the scene in the shower with the girl that gets stabbed with the pitchfork and raised up, and you can actually hear like the tines on the pitchfork scraping on the shower walls, which makes it even more, in my opinion, gritty and realistic. And also in that same scene, before she gets killed, her boyfriend gets a bayonet or whatever stabbed through his head and comes out through his throat or chin or whatever. I think it's more of his throat. And then his eyes go back up into his head when the killer is like pulling that bayonet up out of him. The scene in the pool. I mean, there are just so many great set pieces, which we have to attribute that, of course, to Tom Savini. I liked the first Blu-ray that I got actually had like a behind the scenes with Tom Savini, where he was showing how he did many of the special effects in the movie. X-Ray, you say Prowler is the perfect sleeping aid. Well, I'd have to politely disagree with that, but you are certainly entitled to your own opinion on that. Darren, you said the Prowler has grown on me over the years. Yeah, I think that might be one that some people have to let it grow on them. Dirk, you say the shower kill is epic. I totally agree with that. Trash, you say I usually watch The Prowler and My Bloody Valentine's, a double feature. That, it sounds like an excellent double feature to me. Darren, you say there's a cool chase scene as well with that Amy Steele look-alike. Yeah, Except there's some of that stuff where she's hiding under the tables and stuff like that. Or I think it's tables she's hiding under. Where she seems a little bit weak in that, but for the most part, she seems um, pretty good at most things. And um, what I want to know is why is that Pam character interested in the sheriff's deputy? It's like, what the heck? That guy's got like soap opera hair, but that's all he's got. I mean, I don't. And he kind of treats her bad sometimes, so I don't know why she even wants to be with him. And this movie also has the great Farley Granger as the sheriff. Um, and then another scene that I find really entertaining in this movie is when the deputy, uh, Farley Granger's character, the sheriff, has gone on his annual fishing trip and left the deputy, Mark, I believe, in charge of everything. He's like, "Oh yeah, you can handle it," and then he goes on his fishing trip. Um, but when things start going to hell, Mark wants to call the sheriff and ask what they should do, or should, maybe he should come back from his fishing trip or whatever. So he calls the lodge or whatever where the sheriff's supposed to be staying. And there's this real heavy set guy, and I'm not making fun of him because of his weight or anything like that. But the character is a typical lazy person that doesn't want to get off their ass for anything. And I would say this even if it was a super skinny guy. But I guess they thought it'd be more funny to have an overweight guy in that scene. So, basically Mark calls and asks the guy at the desk or whatever to see if the sheriff is there. And he doesn't ever leave his seat. And I mean, the audience is seeing this. He never leaves his seat. He just kind of lays the phone down and sits there and plays cards for a little bit, picks the phone back up, and is like, he's not in his room. And the reason why I find this amusing is because I know people that are that lazy. I've seen them on the job and everywhere else that you act like, or they act like you're killing them if you ask them to do anything. If you ask them to walk across the room, it's too much for them. So then, then the deputy says, "Can you take a message?" And he's like, "Yeah, I can take a message." And he's like, "Let me get a pen and a piece of paper." And he tears this brown paper sack a piece off of it and gets him a pen or a pencil. It's like that whole scene I find amusing. Let's see. Trash, you say he's such an a-hole at the pool. He kicks her in the face. Yeah, it's pretty rough what he does to that chick. Dirk, you say that pool kill is good too. I certainly agree with that. Jay, you say The Prowler is the perfect movie to just watch a supercut of the kills on YouTube. TJ, you say, I like The Prowler too, Dana. Good stop slash scenes. That scene with the guy who the characters called to find the sheriff was so out of left field, but it was funny that it stops the movie. Ha. Darren, you say that kill with the blade through the skull was another highlight. Exactly. Dirk, you say most women do pine after assholes. That's my wife. Now, Dirk, I'm sure you're not an asshole, and I'm sure your wife will be the first to say that you're not an asshole. Aaron, you say you got in late. Why is Daniel talking about dong? Well, I'm not talking about dong right now. I was talking about rabbit a little bit earlier, and I was talking about the penis creature coming out of Marilyn Chambers' armpit. TJ, you say the girl who got kicked in the face at the pool was the wife in Humanoids from the Deep. She certainly was, which is another movie that I enjoy a lot. But in my opinion, I think Prowler is, Lawrence Tierney's in this movie in a very small part too. A funny story about this, for those of you that haven't listened to the commentary that Tom Savini's on for the Prowler, you might not know this story, but they had Lawrence Tierney's character of Major Chatham, who was the father of Rosemary Chatham, the one that got killed at the beginning of the movie. But they had Lawrence Tierney's character set up in a historical building in this town of Cape May, New Jersey. And so, like, I believe, like, the Historical Society ladies, they relented and let them, set up shop in this historical building. And I believe what was said was Lawrence Tierney was making obscene gestures to these old ladies. And it's like, oh my gosh, I've heard Lawrence Tierney was a character, but that kind of cemented it when I heard that story being told. Jay, you say, you be Dana talking maple syrup and dogs again. Oh my God, y'all are going to get me kicked off of YouTube here. Like, even though I marked that these videos aren't for kids. Oh my gosh. But anyway, I like the Prowler. I think it's a decent slasher with above average special effects, thanks to Tom Savini. I think it definitely had its place in Joe Bob's first marathon. Can't really find anything that I dislike about it. And if you don't like it, I say to each his own. But if it's been a while since you've seen it, I think give it another watch and see how you like it now. Darren, you said the Prowler suffered by being out in the same year as My Bloody Valentine, The Burning, Friday 13th Part 2, 1981, the year of the slasher. I would agree with that, Darren. Probably a lot of people didn't even know about the Prowler as compared with some of these other movies, because I think those movies kind of probably overshadowed it. I didn't know about the Prowler for years and years and years. I think probably, to be honest, the Prowler might have been a blind buy for me. Something that I just saw on one of the sites where I ordered DVDs and Blu-rays. And it sounded good. So I bought it and ended up watching it and liked it. TJ, you say, hey, I think if Joe Bob shows it, there's something worth checking out. That's certainly, like, in my opinion, that's certainly true for the majority of the stuff he shows. Now, there are a few of these that I'm going to talk about tonight where I just completely had no interest in watching them. And so basically, maybe I need to give them another try. I'll be honest. But on first run, I was not interested in watching them. And we'll basically fast forward through the movie just to get Joe Bob's parts. And this entails watching them later and not watching them when they're live on Shudder. Dirk, you say, well, TJ, you did show Sledgehammer and Things, though. Which, Dirk, I mean, I know a lot of people find those to be awful movies, but I find something infinitely entertaining with both Sledgehammer and Things. Aaron, you say, I was watching the part where you were talking about full frontal male nudity. Oh, I was talking about where a lot of movies at the time that Sleepaway Camp came out, I didn't recall seeing a lot of full frontal male nudity in movies. Slaughter High and stuff like that, I remembered seeing it. And somebody brought up Pieces where Kendall had full frontal male nudity as well. So, anyway, moving right along to the next movie is Sorority Babes in the Slimeball Bowl-orama. And I had seen this movie before prior to it being on Joe Bob's Marathon. Um, Turkey said a 6-minute shot of the front of the house in the super slow motion. Um, TJ, you say, I see your point, Dirk. I so think Sledgehammer is a good make fun of with your friends kind of thing. Yeah, I definitely could see that. Now, you want to know, that made me think of something. And this is kind of off the subject of what we're talking about right now. But I remember my brother when I believe he was still in high school. And I remember him telling me that he went over to a friend's house and they were like in the basement just bullshitting and stuff. And somebody had the idea to watch the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. They laughed their asses off at that movie. You know, most of us in here think that's a classic. You know, Joe Bob thinks it's a classic. But my brother and his buddies thought that was just a movie to make fun of, basically. I don't think that they truly saw any merit in that as a horror film or a cult film or anything like that. So they considered that a movie to just sit around with a bunch of buddies and make fun of it. But the Sorority Babes and Slimeball Bowl-orama was a movie, like I said, that I watched prior to the Joe Bob showing on the last drive-in. I think maybe Steve might have introduced me to it. And I like it. I think it's funny. And I don't really think it's scary. I just think it's funny. And Uncle Impy's funny. And I liked seeing, Linnea Quigley in a different sort of role. A role where she wasn't just getting naked about 5 minutes into the film or something. Not that I hold any ill will to her for getting naked in films, but this was just a refreshing change of pace, in my opinion. But, even though you didn't get to see Linnea Quigley naked or having sex or any of that, you got to see Brinke Stevens, you got to see Michelle Bauer. So you had more than enough female nudity to last you throughout the entire movie. Darren, you say you saw Sorority Babes on VHS here in the UK, and it was under the title of The Imp. Remember that shower scene very well. Jay, you said, my pitch, Darcy and Dana live stream horror hunks and dongles. She would probably do that with me. X-Ray, you say, waiting for Slimeball Bowl-orama to pop up on Tubi. And it might. Tubi has got a lot of stuff on there now. TJ, you say, I love me some Sorority Babes. I saw it on USA Up All Night. I'm a big Linnea Quigley fan, so I have a special place for it. I agree it's supposed to be campy and funny. Dirk, you say, hey, Jay, Darcy likes girls too. Jay, you say, Dirk, I'm looking for an angle for Dana to use. And TJ, you say, Linnea liked doing it too. She mentioned in some interview that she got to be the hero and stay clothed. Yeah, I think I remember her mentioning that as well. Linnea Quigley's a really sweet person, and so is Brinke Stevens. I met both of them at different conventions at different times. And they were both really sweet and nice. I wanted to meet Brinke Stevens, and I think she might have been at one of the Cinema Wasteland conventions a few years back. But I think Steve really wanted to meet her. And so that was one of those cases where I was kind of along for the ride, but I was glad that I went up and met her as well. And then Steve had already met Linnea Quigley prior to us having a relationship. So, he wasn't really interested at that time in going up to her table again. He's already got a cute picture with her and everything. So, um, Trash, you say it was on Tubi for a long time, might still be. It's possible. I don't know if I've looked for that one specifically. I can bring up Tubi on my Echo device in the kitchen. I've got one of those new Echo devices with the big screen on it. I mean, the really big screen. It's like a 15-inch screen. So sometimes when I'm in there cooking for any length of time, I will have something going on in the background. At Christmas time, I was playing "It's a Wonderful Life" back there, but usually I'll play horror movies or something like that. Um, TJ, you say Brink Stevens was smart too. She was a marine biologist, exactly. Um, it's the same thing I say about the Mail Girls. If y'all watch my live stream I did on Joe Bob Briggs' Mail Girls, I mentioned that several of these girls have went on to do amazing things. They have really big time degrees, and like a couple of them became. Honey Gregory became a lawyer. Um, Rusty became a lawyer, or Renner St. John is her real name. So you cannot, you know, just call these chicks bubbleheads or anything, because a lot of them, like I said, have high powered degrees. They've really made a name for themselves as far as their chosen career after being Mail Girls, and the same goes for the Scream Queens as well. Um, and when we get on down the road with talking about these things, I'm going to only talk about the first season of The Last Drive-In on this one, because if I if I did any more than that, we would probably be here until tomorrow at this time. So I will talk about that, and that will include the sleepover episode, where I'm going to mention a certain person, and I'm sure if Wes is still in here, he'll know who I'm mentioning. Was a person that I was really rough on for a lot of years, and I'll probably publicly apologize to her um, at that point when I cover that. But anyway, yeah, I really enjoy this one. I don't want to say unfortunately it has her in it, but it is unfortunate what happened to this actress um, in the 90s, I believe. She sadly decided to end her life, and that is Robin Steele, or Robin Rochelle Steele. Um, and She was also Valerie in Slumber Party Massacre, who I've said on more than one occasion was a very beautiful, attractive woman. Um, just in my opinion, a classic beauty. But unfortunately, I don't know what happened between the time that Slumber Party Massacre came out in '82 and this movie came out in I want to say the late '80s, or was it even later than that? I'm not really sure. Y'all feel free to correct me in the chat there. But I'm not sure what happened between those two movies, but Robin Steele looked like she had been through some rough times. She is a bitchy sorority sister on Sorority Babes and the Slimeball Bolorama. And if I did not know that she was in this movie, I almost would not recognize the poor girl. Like I said, I have heard different stories. One that she had a drinking problem. And then other people said that she didn't have a drinking problem, or they never saw any evidence of her having a drinking problem. One of those people was the director of Slumber Party Massacre. Uh, so again, if you guys have any other information that you know about Robin Steele, feel free to put it in the chat. But I don't want to get everybody to get too bummed out by me talking about the death of Robin Steele for very long. Um, but yeah, Darren, you can't find a whole lot of information about her. But I did remember reading that she committed suicide. Um, and I don't, it is very sad because she was a very beautiful woman. Um, and she had twin sons too. Um, and unfortunately, they had to grow up without a mother. And she probably, if she had decided to keep, pursuing acting, um, I'm sure she could have gotten other roles. Um, and if alcoholism was the issue that unfortunately led to her death, I wish, in hindsight, I wish someone could have helped her with that, as well as helping her with whatever else was going on with her. Um, but don't want to bring us too down. So, um, yeah, I enjoyed the film. I enjoyed Joe Bob having one that had a little more comedy in it. It's good to mix and match a little bit, especially if you're going to have that long of a marathon with that many movies. I think it's good to have a variety of different types of movies in it. Um, X-Ray, you said that sucks. Reminds me of what happened to Marta Kober from Friday 13th Part 2. She's still alive, last I heard. Um, so, I'm not trying to bring us down to the ultimate bummer level, X-Ray, but what exactly happened to Marta Kober? I'm not sure that I know that story. I mean, I know who you're talking about, but I'm not sure what happened to her. So, if you feel comfortable, you can enlighten me there in the chat. Um, but moving right along to the next movie in the marathon, which is Daughters of Darkness, which this is one, guys, that I don't recall ever seeing. I think maybe Steve has seen it. So I can't really comment on it. I think it's also one that I have not went. Yeah, it's one that I haven't went back and watched. I don't even know if Shudder still has it on there as far as the marathon movies. Um, Darren, you say she was on a Friday 13th convention video on YouTube. I may need to see if I can look that up because I'd like to see that. But so I can't really give you any background on that one. Um, Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but wasn't there some kind of like lesbian slash vampire type of stuff in that movie? If there's any of you guys that have or that are in the chat that have watched this, feel free to add your comments on that. This is basically the only one I can't comment on because I don't recall seeing it. So, y'all feel free to keep commenting there, but I'm just going to move on past that one to Blood Feast, which I almost consider Blood Feast comedic too as well, from the over-the-top special effects like pulling a sheep's tongue out of the Playboy Playmate's mouth or whatever, and it's obviously fake. It's obvious that it's not her tongue. But Blood Feast is still a fun movie, even if you've got, what's the girl's name? Um, Hold on, guys. I'm going to look that up a second. I think a lot of Playboy Playmates were used in Blood Feast. Um, Connie Mason, yeah. Guys, I actually, um, believe it or not, I almost said Connie Francis, which would not have been right. But Connie Mason, I believe she was a Playboy Playmate or whatever you wanted to call them back in '63 as well. But that is the movie. Blood Feast is a movie where she's actually reading her lines off the furniture in the room, and it's obvious that that's what she's doing. Um, and like some of the delivery of the lines, I believe this is the one where one of the cops says, "Yeah, this is gonna be one of those long, hard ones." And like back in 1963, they might have not had their minds in the gutter as much as we do now. But every time I hear that line, I just laugh and laugh. Uh, Brandon, I do apologize. Brandon he evidently took a little nap, but now he's up again. Um, Hopefully he'll calm down here in a little bit. Um, Darren, you say she basically got into drink and drugs. I think she's turned her life around. She looks a little rougher nowadays, though. I believe that she was on Slumber Party Massacre 3 as a pizza girl. And she did look a little rough in that movie, I think. Curly Jaws, you said just watching a shitty ass movie, Jaeger was good. Fuck Zombie Croc. Okay, I won't watch that one then. Brandon, please. TJ, you say H.D. Lewis said Connie Mason was basically a great cardboard cutout. She was so bad acting, but looked good. LOL. Exactly. Darren, you say I like the fact that I own Blood Feast, but it's hard to actually sit down and watch. Give me Blood Diner all day long. Well, yeah. If I had a choice between Blood Diner and Blood Feast, I would definitely go with Blood Diner. Show Brandon some love. Curly Jaws is wanting me to show you some love, Brandon. Texas, you say I love the H.G. Lewis Blood trilogy. X-Ray, you say ever see H.G. Lewis something weird? It's not as gory as his other movies, but it's very weird and interesting. I don't think I've seen that one, X-Ray. I may have to check that one out. I saw this movie for the first time many, many moons ago. And I guess I wasn't expecting a whole lot for 1963, but I was curious about it because I had heard so much about it. And, it just the whole storyline of somebody wanting to, this Fuad Ramses guy wanting to bring about an Egyptian princess or whatever. And what are you doing, Brandon? If Brandon was a little taller, he'd be on the film, but he can't, or be on the live stream. He can't jump up on the chair or anything like Reg can. So, Dirk, you said, what about the Feast trilogy? I really can't speak to anything about the Feast trilogy because I don't think I've seen any of them. But Curly Jaw says the Feast movies are classics. So there you go. But I do find Blood Feast interesting. I don't want to watch it every day. I have to wait a while between watching it. But I was still glad to see it on the Joe Bob Marathon. So we're going to move right along here to the next one, which is The Great Basket Case. The Frank Henenlotter film that started it all. Um, I remember, I'll tell a little funny story about the first time I showed Basket Case to my parents. My mom was slightly entertained, I think. My dad, he waited until the movie was over, but then he looked at me and said, Dana, that is the stupidest movie I have ever seen in my entire life. And I said, but Dad, this is a classic. I mean, what's not to like about it? You have two brothers who were Siamese twins, and their father thought the second brother, he was fine with Dwayne, but Bilal, he didn't think of him as his son, so he got a group of doctors, including one veterinarian, to come and slice Bilal from Dwayne and throw him out with the garbage. Dwayne pretty much, sneaks back out, finds his brother Bilal in the trash because they have a telepathic link. And basically, Bilal was crying and wanted somebody to come help him. I love Brandon. I love him dearly. But when I'm back here trying to do these live streams and he's carrying on like he is back there, it ruins my concentration, very much so. Let's see. If they remade, actually you say, if they remade Blood Feast today, they should cast Rami Malek. He's legit from Pyramid Descent. Ah, there you go. That might be interesting. Dirt, you really just tweeted Darcy and gave me a shout out. Well, bless your heart. X-Ray, you say, Basket Case rules, one of the best New York City set grindhouse flicks that would make for a cool future bid. Yeah, I will definitely put that up here, X-Ray, for something that we can do. We could maybe even do a Henenlotter live stream. That way we could cover, brain damage and Frankenhooker. And I honestly, I still have yet to watch Bad Biology. Which, if I can get that watched, I could have that too. I love Henenlotter as well. I met Frank Henenlotter a few years back at a Cinema Wasteland convention. He was really cool. I bought a Basket Case Blu-ray from him, and he signed it for free for me. Darren, you said Basket Case was one of the first horror films I rented. Back in the early 80s. Perfect grindhouse film. Loved it. I totally agree with that. Durkee said stop motion scene where Bilal trashes a room is great. It's great and hilarious too. I absolutely love it. Anthony, you say first time I watched all of HGL movies was in a marathon in Philly in 2017 for 8 hours. He was meeting fans there and signing. That was only a few months before he passed away. Oh, I am so glad, though, that you got a chance to meet him before he passed away. I think he would have been a really interesting guy to have met. Darren, you said those sequels are so nuts in a good way. They certainly are. TJ, you say, Joe Bob did a bunch of DVD documentaries, plus there was a VHS of Blood Feast presented by Joe Bob. Yes, there was. And I want to say that I have that VHS somewhere. I'm going to have to hunt that one up. Well, she said, Darren is hardcore. It's like 3:30 there, ain't it, mate? It probably is, because usually when I ask Darren what time it is in the UK, he says, oh, it's 2, 3, whatever. But, Brandon, buddy, you need to go lay down. You're not going to, are you? Jay, you say great movies that capture the feel of New York City in that area. Darren, it's 2:30. The clocks haven't gone forward yet. TJ, said that basket scene with Dwayne's girlfriend was pretty brutal when the rest of the movie is so campy. Yeah, it's like, and you know what? I always refer to Dwayne's girlfriend as Wig Woman because it's obvious that she's got a wig on in this movie. And I learned that she was in a punk rock group and her head was shaved, and that's why she has to wear a wig in the movie because I think with all the other weirdness in there, that would be an extra piece of weirdness to have a bald headed chick be Dwayne's girlfriend in the movie. Well, she say, "Oh shit, that's even more confusing. You guys spring forward on another day." Yeah, I remember Darren saying before that it was later than us in the States. Actually, you say Basket Case should have been one movie I always felt Freaked was a better version of Basket Case sequel. That's interesting. I don't know that I've seen Freaked. I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't think I've watched that one. TJ, you said worse wig than the girl in the craft, lol. Okay, let me ask you guys this question. Is the wig that Dwayne's girlfriend has on in Basket Case worse than the wig that Jamie Lee Curtis had in Halloween 2? I want to see what you guys think of that because that wig that Jamie Lee Curtis had, unfortunately, um, was a pretty bad wig. It was not a, in my opinion, it was not a good look for her. But I understand why they had to do it because her hair was shorter between Halloween and Halloween 2, and Halloween 2 was supposed to take place the same night. So I understand why they had to do it. But Dirk, you say no. But Basket Case for me is a classic. Classic piece of grindhouse cinema. I think it certainly had its place in Joe Bob's Marathon. Um, I had seen it actually many times before I actually showed it to my parents. Um, I just had to find a time when they weren't watching something else and I could kind of drop this bomb on them. So I have always liked it. Um, I thought this was another movie that hits all the right bases. It's a great mixture of horror and comedy. Um, the characters in it, like even the prostitute Casey, um, even though she doesn't. I mean, she's not ugly by any means, but Beverly Bonner just to me doesn't look like a prostitute in this movie. I mean, she's got all the hallmarks of a prostitute, but she just doesn't seem like one within the confines of this movie. Um, Actually, you say you never had problems with Laurie's wig. Didn't even notice until people started talking about it. I always thought there was something, even before I actually knew it was a wig, I knew there was something off about her hair in that. It just looks synthetic. Um, TJ, you say JLC for the win. It was too thick a wig for sure. Darren, you said that wig in Halloween 2 is almost blonde, lol. Darky said JLC had just finished Terror Train, right? Probably. It probably wasn't long after. And of course, she had short hair in Prom Night as well. But, and also, she had short hair, I believe, in The Fog. I mean, like, she went through a whole spell of movies where her hair was short. Um, and then she may have went through a couple of movies where her hair was long again, and it went back to being short. And I think that's probably basically the way Jamie Lee Curtis prefers her hair, because I think it's pretty short now. Every time you see her, but anyway, I'll tell you one of my favorite scenes in Basket Case, and I think this is featured in the trailer. Is when Dwayne and Casey are in the bar and they've been drinking a lot. And everybody in the movie just about asked Dwayne what's in the basket. That's the big sort of a tagline for the movie. What's in the basket? And so Casey, in her drunken haze, asked Dwayne what's in the basket. He's actually got the basket, I believe, in the bar with them. And he's drunk too, and so he's very uninhibited. And he says, "My brother." And she says, "Your brother." And they just laugh and laugh and laugh. But other times somebody will ask him what's in the basket when he's sober, and he says things like clothes or whatever. And when he goes to the veterinarian office to let Bilal kill the veterinarian that assisted in separating them many years ago, he of course says his cat is in the basket. And so another movie that I really can't find anything that I don't like about it. It's just wacky good fun, in my opinion, and definitely had its place in the marathon. So the next one was Reanimator, another one of the classics from my youth that I remember watching with my parents. And I don't remember my mom liking that one very well, but that was in our video rental days when we were renting a lot of VHS tapes. And maybe Brandon's going to go lay down. He bumps my green screen around and messes all kinds of things up. So if you see the green screen wavering behind me, that's why. But Reanimator was one that I believe my dad rented and brought home. And we absolutely loved this movie. I think even my dad loved it. And it was my first introduction to Jeffrey Combs. It was pretty much, yeah, I think it was my introduction to Jeffrey Combs, Barbara Crampton, and probably my introduction to Stuart Gordon, who directed it. And really opened my eyes to, like, even though, like, these are not direct representations of the H.P. Lovecraft movie or H.P. Lovecraft writings and books and stuff like that, stories, whatever. But they're somewhat based on them. And so H.P. Lovecraft must have been way ahead of his time. I would love to get a set of his writings to read. I'm just really interested in that, especially after I saw Reanimator. I was like, this H.P. Lovecraft guy must have been amazing. This basically tells the story of two medical students who, Herbert West and Dan, what is his name? Is it Kane? I think is his last name. But anyway, he needs a roommate. Dan does, and so Herbert West shows up at his apartment or whatever one evening, and Barbara Crampton plays Dan's girlfriend, and she's not happy with Herbert West moving in because a lot of people don't like Herbert West. Jeffrey Combs is awesome in this. Jeffrey Combs is another person I met a few years ago at a convention. He was so awesome. I remember telling him that the first time I saw Reanimator, my dad rented the movie, and he said, "Oh, God, I'm so sorry." And I wanted to say, I'm not. I enjoyed it. But This has so much over the top gore, uh, so many wacky transformations, so to speak. Um, and basically, Jeffrey Combs' character of Herbert West has a reanimating agent that's like green and glows, where he can use it to bring the dead back to life. And uh, with disastrous results, unfortunately. He never does quite get it right. Either he's giving them too much or not enough or whatever. I think most of the time it's giving it too much because the reanimated corpses are in overdrive, so to speak. So, X-Ray, you said they should have made a basket case prequel instead, like expand on the brothers' life when they were younger or chronicle their trip from upstate to New York City. They could have ran into upstate hillbillies. Yeah, they could have covered more with them living with their grandma and stuff like that. Um, X-Ray, you say Reanimator took a lot of elements from the original stories. There was even a headless zombie pilot who led an army of the undead after him in the end. Darren, you say you've never seen Reanimator, believe it or not. Wow. Yeah, I figured you would have seen that one. I rented from Beyond a lot, though, back in the day. No, Jay, actually, bringing the dead back to life will never work out well, as we've seen from many, many movies. Um, so, yeah, this one's just gory, wacky, good fun. Um, with a little extra sleaze thrown in there where the Dr. Hill character, after he's dead, is using his head to give head to Barbara Crampton and molest her unmercifully. Um, Anthony, you say if Joe Bob does a second drive-in appearance at the Mushung Drive-In in Pennsylvania this year, a Dead Pit fan meetup will be awesome there. I agree. I would love to do that, but honestly, I would probably have to figure out somebody other than Steve to get me there. Um, may have to pay somebody else for gas or something because I'll be honest with you guys, I love my husband, but he basically does not want to go anywhere, do anything at any time, any place. Um, so we are planning miraculously on going to Horror Hound at the end of the month, so I'm looking forward to that. But there's two appearances that Joe Bob is going to make in Tennessee here coming up, and I really wanted to go to one of them, and Steve won't take me to either one of them. I wanted to meet Joe Bob and Darcy again and talk to Darcy more, because when they were here in Louisville for How Redneck Saved Hollywood thing, I didn't really know as much about Darcy as I do now, and her I think some of her family was there, and I hated to pull her away from her family for too long. And so, unfortunately, that ended up resulting in one, I didn't ask her to sign my poster that Joe Bob signed, and two, I didn't really get to talk to her. I did get a picture with both of them, which was fun, but you can see why I would want to meet them again. It would actually be meeting Joe Bob for the third time and Darcy for the second time. Um, let's see. TJ, you say both from 1985, Reanimator and Return of the Living Dead are two of the best horror comedies, in my opinion. Yeah, I'd almost forgotten about Return of the Living Dead, and I love Return of the Living Dead as well. Um, X-Ray, you say Steve just wants to watch hentai DVDs. No, Steve just wants to sleep. That's all he wants to do now. He's asleep right now. And granted, he's got to go. He's got to get up like at 5 o'clock now, or a little bit after 5, since he started a new job. But I just, I'm not trying to bring anybody down. I'm not trying to make my husband sound like an awful person because he's not. It's just that I just wish that early in our relationship, it seemed like we did a lot of things together, went to a lot of conventions and different things, and slowly over time, we'll be married 9 years in August. Um, he just doesn't want to do anything anymore. Like, he doesn't want to drive anywhere anymore and do anything. So we can't really travel very far. I mean, we can't even go uh, to Dead Pit Country to hang out with the boys there. I spend, unfortunately, I spend a lot of my time at home because I don't drive myself, so I can't really go anywhere outside of Louisville without Steve's assistance or somebody else's assistance because I can take public transportation most anywhere in Louisville, which helps me get out. Now that the weather is turning off nicer, I might be able to do that a little more. Um, Jay, you say you get old and going out isn't worth the hassle. Well, yeah, I can understand that, but think about Jay. Steve's actually not that old. He's in his 50s. Um, but that's really not old. Um, I can understand. And Steve's been, you guys can ask Wes about this. Steve has been like this for a long time. Long time. I think once he got out of his 30s, it was like he just didn't want to do anything, and then it got worse and worse um, as more time went on. But I understand what you're saying. Um, but again, guys, I know I'm not like staying on the each one of these movies as long as I could have, but it's 10:45 now, and I want to be able to talk a little bit about some of the other things that went on in Joe Bob's world. So the next movie was Demons from 1985. Actually, you say Steve has watched so many shitty movies that it took its toll. Possibly, um, but Demons is another one of my favorite movies of all time. I remember watching this one years and years ago and became a huge fan of it. I like Demons 2 as well, but I think Demons has to be my favorite of the two. Um, it is fucking banger, X-Ray. I agree with that. I certainly agree with that. Um, I mean, what's not to like about this movie? You got um, people going to a movie theater, and one chick cuts her face on this mask that she should never be removing from this statue, but she does. You have a weird guy going around giving people passes to go to this movie. After the chick cuts her face, she slowly turns into a demon. And then other people in quick succession pretty much get turned into demons. Um, Tony the Pimp, yes, sir. Tony the Pimp is is a great character in my opinion. Um, and I I just I don't know. I just love this movie. Um, it's another one where I really can't find anything to dislike about it. Um, the special effects are great. The storyline's great. The music is great. Um, and it has an ending that the first time I watched this, I was totally not prepared for this ending. I'll just say that in case there's some of you that have not seen this movie. Jay, you say Demons is a masterpiece that changed my life. I can't go that far, but I would say it's a masterpiece. I just can't say it changed my life. X-Ray, you say, I still think Argento ghost directed parts of Demons. He was the Spielberg to Lamberto Bava's Toby Hooper. The motorcycle massacre sequence is legendary. I would be willing to bet that Argento filmed quite a bit of that movie as well. TJ, you say Demons, scary, claustrophobic, soundtrack rocks. Even the ending is a shock. Don't want to spoil the ending for people. A different final girl is this movie. In this movie. Darren, you say, I agree, Jay. It's probably why I love Italian horror to this day. Yeah, well, I would say that Argento is definitely the reason why I love Italian horror. But him and Fulci are the ones that introduced me to Italian horror. But moving right along to the next movie, which was The Legend of Boggy Creek. This is one of Joe Bob's favorite films. Actually, there's a video online on Darcy's channel on YouTube. Of course, it might be under Diana Prince. I'm trying to remember. I think it may be. In case y'all want to look up her channel. But I think my wise man might have just lost power. So I'm going to take it off. Which means I probably need to charge it for tomorrow. But anyway. I think Joe Bob and Darcy actually went to Falk. Where this movie is supposed to take place. Or where this movie does take place. And they went to like the Monster Mart, and they went looking for the Falk monster and all that. And I like The Legend of Boggy Creek. I think it's a lot of fun. It has some creepy moments in it. Steve really loves this movie. I actually ended up getting him like a special edition of The Legend of Boggy Creek a few years back for Christmas, I believe. But even though I like this one a lot, I think probably one of the director's best films, a more creepy film, is The Evictors. If you guys have never seen The Evictors, you need to try to hunt up a copy of that movie. Let's see. X-Ray, you say, I wish they made a legit continuation focusing on the survivors. Yeah, that would have been cool. Darren, you say, Dirk, you got to see that gremlin creature in part 2. It is hilarious. Dirk, you say, oh yeah, I love both demons. I consider them one long film. You know, some people might think The Legend of Boggy Creek is a boring film, but I just think there are too many likable and some unusual characters in this movie to make it boring. I mean, it's pretty much shot documentary style, but to me that doesn't make it boring. But I still think it had its definite place in the marathon, being as Joe Bob was picking these films, and this is one of his favorite films. And he also had, I didn't talk about this, but he had Felissa Rose as his guest during Sleepaway Camp, and that was awesome. I loved seeing her on there and her interactions with Darcy as well during the final scenes of the movie, like interspersed in there. But when The Legend of Boggy Creek was shown, Lyle Blackburn, who is basically, I guess you would call him an expert in the Fount monster or Boggy Creek monster, whatever you want to call it. I actually seen Lyle Blackburn at a convention. And I told Steve, I said, hey, that's that guy. That's that Lyle guy from uh, when he was on the last drive-in with Joe Bob. And Steve was like, oh, yeah, I guess it is. um, but he seemed like a really nice guy. I wish now I had went up and talked to him. Darren, you say the Victor's film is an extra on the Town That Dreaded Sundown Blu-ray. I knew it was an extra on something. But, oh no, I heard a noise. Sometimes Steve gets up in the middle of the night. He'd scare the crap out of me if I didn't see him coming because I've got this green screen up. He's like a damn cat. He can sneak up behind anybody and you don't even know he's there till he says something. Jay, you say country folk find Boggy Creek relatable. Took me a while to warm up to it. Yeah, I mean, I could see that because it's not your typical film. But, like I said, I find it entertaining and creepy in a lot of spots. The characters really, I don't know if it's because I'm a country person or a country folk or whatever you would call me, is why I find these characters more interesting than maybe, say, a person who grew up in a big city. But maybe that, because I find it relatable, maybe that's why it's a movie that I enjoy. Doug, you say you might need to check the Evictors out. Yeah, definitely. If you can get a hold of a copy, I would watch that. And if you have the Town That Dreaded Sundown Blu-ray, Darren says the Evictors is an extra on there. Okay, so the next one is Hellraiser, which Hellraiser again is considered, in my opinion, to be a classic, based on the Clive Barker story, The Hellbound Heart. The first time I watched Hellraiser, that movie blew my mind just because of the way it was set up. This was also a movie I remember watching with my brother, who is 6 years younger than me. So, goodness gracious. What in the hell were we doing watching that movie? But anyway, this was one of those cases where I know I've talked about my brother being scared of Halloween 2 on TV and how upset I was at him because we ended up having to turn. But then I got to watch it the next day. And he was fine with it the next day in the daylight. He just couldn't get past the opening credits at night. But then not long after that, he watched Hellraiser. He watched freaking Hellraiser with me and was screaming at the opening credits to Halloween 2. I will never get that in my entire life. I will never be able to understand why he did that. X-Ray, you say it's way better than the source material. The Hellbound Heart, same goes for Candyman. John, you say the funny thing about Hellraiser 1 and 2 is that Pinhead isn't even the villain. It's Frank in 1 and that evil doctor guy in 2. Yeah, I agree. And Uncle Frank is one of the sleaziest characters in horror movie cinema, in my opinion. John, you say Frank was a scary, creepy SOB. He certainly was. Dirk, you say, random side note, Nosferatu and Haxan are both 100 years old. Wow. I hadn't thought of that. And I haven't even seen Haxan, Dirk. I've seen Nosferatu, but it's been a while. Darren, you say, I watched Hellraiser almost every day in the summer of 1987. I got burned out on it till I recently popped it in again. Loved it all over again. Yeah, Jake, come to daddy. Yeah, that stuff is just so sleazy and so creepy. Um, and the whole thing about uh, her trying the okay, guys, hold on. I'm getting distracted again because Brandon will not be quiet. So hopefully this will maybe be the last time I have to do this. But I'm going to put the lovely Evil Dead background up for just a second. Okay, guys, I'm back again. I'll probably have to get up one more time to let Brandon back in, but hopefully after that he will calm his butt down. Um, X-Ray, you say they weren't even related in the short story. The movie version made it creepier. Um, yeah, I could see that. See, I have never read The Hellbound Heart, so I can't really speak to comparisons on that. Excuse me. But I'm glad that you have. John, you say, has there been a series that went from being so well done to absolute crap like it was later in years? Those first two films are rock solid, in my opinion. I would agree, John. But I've seen several series go to complete shit. Um, and I could probably do a whole live stream just on that. That series that have completely gone downhill over time. Um, Darky say after rewatching Obsession, it seems some elements were taken and used in Hellraiser, in my opinion. Possession, I mean. X-Ray, you say Clive Barker is a huge movie nut, so I wouldn't put it past him that it was a stylistic influence. Darren, you say I stopped after part 3. I'm curious to watch the other sequels, though. You know what, Darren? That brings up a good point. I think I'm good with the ones that I've seen. Um, my cousin Jed used to who. There goes Brandon again. Excuse me, just 1 second. Hopefully, this will be the last time. do apologize, guys, for so many interruptions, but hopefully that will be the last one. Uh, but like I was saying, Darren, my cousin Jed, he used to be my movie watching buddy, and he brought several of the Hellraiser sequels over, and I, at this point though in my life, I say the first two, and I'm good. I don't I don't think I need to watch any of the sequels that I haven't seen. And if I want to go back and watch Hellraiser, it'll probably just be one and two. Um, TJ, you said Julia was the worst wife ever. I would definitely agree. And I was going to talk about those scenes with her and Frank are just so sleazy and dirty. They almost make me feel dirty when I watch them. I mean, do any of you guys feel that way about them? Maybe you enjoy it. I don't know. Excuse me. She said, "Why?" Or TJ, you say, "Why did she even marry that dumb Larry? Larry, the most oblivious character in the movie, he definitely is oblivious. Frank probably did bad things to a young Kirsty, and he had no clue. Yeah, I could definitely see Uncle Frank molesting Kirsty at a young age. John, you say, Darren, I need to see part 3. X-Ray, you say, Hellraiser 3 was like if they made an X-Men movie in the early 90s. Derek, you say, I love the first 2, but like 3 and 4, they are more like slashers. X-Ray, you say, Hellraiser was the first of the horror franchises that went to space, unfortunately. X-Ray, you say, out of all of them, Leprechaun did it the best. I would probably agree with that, X-Ray. I mean, I didn't like Jason Jason in space, you know. Darren, you say part 2 is a really solid sequel. I agree. Dirk, you say, yes, I like Angelique, though. She was cold-blooded. Well, yeah. Jay, you say, sleazy and dirty to some, hot to others. Well, I'm sure some people, guys and gals, would think that the hot, dirty sex with Julia and Frank was, great. I just felt something like, I don't know. It was so sleazy. Frank's character was just so sleazy. And Julia was just so, she so easily gave in to Frank. So, even if Larry was a dumb character, what she did to him was shitty. And she screwed Frank on the day that her and Larry got married. So it's like, how much more evil of a bitch can you get for her to do that? But Johnny said, I think Clyde was pretty strict to what he would actively take part in. Didn't he stop participating after 2? I think he may have, John. I don't know really if he had anything to do creatively or otherwise with any of the other sequels. Durkee said they were raunching on a maggot mattress. Yep. And she would even she couldn't, even though she acted a little disgusted, that didn't seem to last very long when Frank didn't have any skin on him. She would still let him touch her and stuff. It's like, ew, that's so gross. But anyway, like I said, you guys feel free to keep chatting in there. I'm going to move on to the next and last movie of the marathon, which was The Classic Pieces. Directed by Juan Piquer Simone, or Simon, however you want to pronounce it, which also has the full frontal Kindle that was brought up a little bit earlier. X-Ray, you say Hellraiser 3 was supposed to be a prequel set in ancient Egypt with the original Cenobites, but Pinhead was just too popular. Yeah, I would have bet by that time he was. Jay, you say people like that exist. Cenobites aren't the villains. Yeah, Jay, bastard. Yeah. We're going to talk about Linda Day George here in just a second. I cannot talk about Pieces without bringing up that scene and the scene that happens just before that. This was another one that the first time I watched it was back in my video rental days. And I remember, being a kid, I didn't realize that this was a Spanish film disguised as an American film. That didn't even cross my mind as a kid. I was just watching this great chainsaw movie where, chicks were getting chainsawed all over the place. And I have always liked this movie. Again, even though the acting with some of the actors and actresses isn't entirely up to snuff, and probably part of that is due to the film being dubbed. So sometimes, guys, I honestly, I apologize, but Brandon just came in from outside and he's left me a little surprise on the floor, so I'm gonna have to clean that up. I am so sorry. Okay, guys, really, I do apologize. This is like this. I wouldn't have thought that this would be one thing right after another when I'm trying to do this live stream. But thank you guys for um, hanging in there with me. Uh, Darren, you say Pieces has to be seen to be believed. Uh, X-Ray, you say Pieces was great. It has a much different Jallowish title in Europe. It even has a different soundtrack over there. Johnny say, yeah, really, Jay. Pinhead and those dudes are just collecting karma. X-Ray, you say Pieces is known as the night has 1,000 screams in Europe. Dark, you say don't the POS people turn into Cenobites too. X-Ray, you say, I think I have Mandela effect when it comes to pieces. The chainsaw scenes were much nastier to me when I was a kid. Yeah, and I think that's the way with a lot of movies, X-Ray, that sometimes we remember them being more gruesome than they actually were. Uh, Darren, you say, hands down, Pieces is possibly the most entertaining horror film ever. It's definitely at the top of my list of entertaining horror films, Darren. That's for damn sure. Um, Jay, you say, I got to see Pieces on 35 millimeter Full House. It was amazing. I would love to be able to see it in 35 millimeter with a bunch of people. Darren, you say the Kung Fu Professor scene always cracks me up. It does me too. That's one of those comedic elements that they threw in there. Derek, you say X-Ray. It's just the innocent kid vision is gone. It sucks. I know. Um, yeah, I try not to get upset with him. He is older, and he's over 15 years old. So when they get that old, guys, if you have dogs now that are younger, just keep in mind the older they get, the more issues they're going to have. And so Brandon, bless his heart, he's had this problem for a while where, number one, he has to pee all the time and he has to wear wraps around the house. Otherwise, he's going to leave trails of pee everywhere. And now, unfortunately, he's also has the other problem as well. So, John, you say, isn't one of the main guys in Pieces also in Red Sonja? That's possible, John. Um, Are you talking about that Frank Brana or whatever character? Because he was in a ton of stuff. X-Ray, you say, X-Ray, you say, Pieces totally ripped off the ending to Maniac. Oh, well, I can see that, X-Ray. Durkee say, no doubt I was commenting on what X-Ray said about Pieces. Oh, okay, got you. But, but anyway, Pieces has these great set pieces, including the one that occurs just before the Linda Day George bastard scene, in which a girl is completely sliced in half with a chainsaw, a tennis player. And the reason that scene, I don't know how many of you know this, the reason that scene looks so realistic is because the chainsaw was actually slicing through, thankfully, a dead pig. And that is a scene that kind of, the first couple of times I saw it, it kind of made me cringe. But that is the reason why that scene looks realistic. It wasn't that they were actually slicing through a real human being, but they used a dead pig in that scene to slice through. Then, after that, we have the Linda Day George bastard scene where she screams bastard at least 3 times. And I love Linda Day George. I love Christopher George. I love the fact that they were in movies together. But that scene is just so over the top that it makes me laugh out loud every time I see it. Darren, you say the ending is completely what the fuck. Yeah, because things kept, it was multiple whammies in that ending scene. You think it's over and then something else happens. And then you think it's really over and it's not. And then the big kapow ending happens that you are sitting there thinking, what the hell did I just see? Durkee say, hell yeah, that bastard scream. I laugh every time. TJ, you say, yeah, Paul L. Smith was in Red Sonja. Oh, okay, Paul Smith. Okay, gotcha. He was in the movie Popeye as well as Bluto also. Yes, he was. Jay, you say, I watched younger people go from offended by pieces of smiling and having fun. It gave me hope. Yeah, there's always hope, isn't there? Um, TJ, you say, bastard. Yeah. The most inappropriate use of the word bastard, I think. Darren, you say, Jack Taylor telling a girl that she has nice pectorals. Great, the great Jack Taylor. X-Ray, you say, one, Picard Simon needs his own box set. He never made the same movie twice. Most were trash classics. I would buy a box set of his movies if somebody would put one out. Yeah, Jay, I wondered about that. Water beds in a university. Why was there a water bed? What possible use could they need for a waterbed other than to smoke pot and fuck on it? I mean, as it's listed in it's described in the movie. Dirk, you say, did you know that I stabbed Singer Thrill is a real cadaver? Yes, I had certainly heard the story about that, Dirk. I didn't know till Pop's Movie Dungeon brought it up. Yeah, that's been in Thriller Cruel Picture lore for a long time. And some people said that they didn't know how true that was. And then other people say, oh, yeah, it's definitely true. I don't know if we'll ever know unless, somebody like Christina Lindbergh is willing to shed some light on that. But, Jay, you say to improve their grades with their professors. Oh, boy. Okay. So, I think we all pretty much agree that Pieces is a great piece of horror movie cinema. And I'm glad that Joe Bob ended his marathon on that movie. At which point, anybody that was watching that marathon, I know that I thought that there might be a pretty good chance that they would start a new series with Joe Bob, which they did. But when Joe Bob first started talking about it, he was advertising it like this is going to be the last drive-in. This is going to be the last hurrah with Joe Bob, But fortunately for us Joe Bob Briggs fans, it continued, and we're going to get a new season the end of April as well. Dirk, you say, oh, hell yeah. X-Ray, you say, Pieces was robbed of the Oscars. So, before I talk a little bit about the first season, I want to talk about the Thanksgiving special that Joe Bob hosted called Joe Bob's Dinners of Death. This was on November 22nd, 2018, and featured the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Hills Have Eyes, Dead or Alive from 1999, and Blood Rage. And the special guest was Michael Berryman, who I absolutely love, and who played... the Wikipedia thing says he played Pluto in the second film, but he was actually in the first two films, so I don't know why they said that. And there was also a phone call with newly christened mangled dick expert Felissa Rose. The first movie was the classic, 1974 classic. Another movie that Joe Bob has championed for years, a movie that he really, really loves, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, directed by Tobe Hooper. Uh, John, I would love it if Joe Bob would do Halloween 3. And I'm sure if Shudder could get the license to it, um, I'm sure Joe Bob would show it because Darcy is a huge fan of it, and I think she would really push for it. I mean, they showed Hogzilla, for goodness sake, the movie that Joe Bob seems almost ashamed that he was in. And that's a long running joke if you watch the last drive in for any length of time. Periodically, you hear the crew going, Hogzilla, Hogzilla. And Darcy's like this, you know. So, anyway, I think if he showed Hogzilla, if they could get the rights to show Halloween 3, I think he would. Um, but the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, what can I say about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre that hasn't already been said? Not an extremely bloody film, but a very effective film on so many levels. I mean, you've got the hook scene where Pam's character is put up on a meat hook. You can really believe that that hook is going into her back. She acts her ass off in this scene. And Terry McMahon, that's the actress who plays Pam. Like I said, she acts her ass off in this and really cements that scene in horror movie history, in my opinion. But there's virtually no blood or very little blood in the movie. But you can almost believe that these actors in the movie, Jim Seedow, and Ed Neal, Gunnar Hansen, you could believe all of these guys are some demented backwoods family living in Texas, waiting for people to come by so they can cook them into some kind of chili or stew or something like that. And I think part of that, and I think I mentioned this when I did the Final Girl stream with CK and UB, that I think from what I've read, they probably were pretty crazy by the end because there was some wacky stuff that happened in that movie. And just really over the top. And Marilyn Burns' character of Sally Hardesty was like, I think she was probably really close to losing it by that point because you can believe that she's been traumatized so much that she's about to lose her mind. The close-ups of the eyes and the screams and the crazy guys in the background, oh, like that, and them mocking her screams. All of that works so well. Let's see. Oh, Darren, you're going to head out. Everyone have a good rest of your night. Yeah, Darren, you better get some sleep. I knew this was going to be a little bit longer one than some of the others. Just because there was so much material to cover. But probably when I do the second season, I'll just be covering the movies that were actually part of that season. But thanks for stopping by, Darren, and I know I'll be talking to you Sunday when we do Eurocult. And TJ, you said they need to get that movie and have Tom Atkins guest star. Get Tom fast, LOL. Right. John, you say, I think Escape from New York and Assault on Precinct 13 would be a great double if he could get Carpenter on the set to talk. That would be awesome. X-Ray, you said Jim Seedow would have had a bigger career as a character actor. Yeah, he probably would have. Because I really liked him in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in the second one. But I wish that he had been able to do even more stuff and been more prominent maybe in other types of movies. John, you say, so apparently they're working on a movie that's a fictional story about the making of Texas Chainsaw. Could be cool if done well. I agree with that. I don't think I had heard about that, John. I'm going to have to look into that. Um, but yeah, I'm going to continue to go through these a little bit faster than I was, just so we can um, get through the remaining ones in here. Okay, so The Hills Have Eyes was next. Another great classic from Wes Craven. Does have Michael Berryman in it, who I really wanted to meet at this last year's Scarefest, and did not get to do that due to financial issues. Um, but I hope to be able to have another chance to meet him. Um, the Hills Have Eyes is, in my opinion, a very disturbing film. I mean, you've got these mutant maniacs living in the desert that unfortunately a family ends up stranded in the desert, and most of their clan is slowly picked off and massacred by this group of degenerate mutants. Um, so, I mean, that's the basic story of it, but it is a really, I mean, it's disturbing, but it's a well made horror film, in my opinion. Um, and, you know, even though I know a lot of people say they like the remakes of The Hills Have Eyes, that they're gory and brutal and all that, um, I'm of the mind, and please don't throw things at me or anything. I'm of the mind that I don't care if they're bloody and brutal and all that stuff. I'm more interested in, you know, a storyline. Don't just throw a bunch of blood and gore on the screen. Um, Unless that's what you're intending to make. And maybe that's what the filmmakers were intending to make with this. But call it something else. Don't call it The Hills Have Eyes. Don't call it a remake of something. Just leave it alone, you know, basically. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not a huge fan, or I'm not a fan at all of those remakes. I would much rather go back to the original film, and possibly the second film as well. Um, Dirk, are you talking about, did I like the remake of Hills Have Eyes or the remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Because I didn't like the remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre either. Um, John, yes, the guy that plays Papa Jupiter is one crazy looking man. Um, Actually, you say, I think the only bad part of the original Hills Have Eyes is the abrupt ending. I remember watching it and was like, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, I could see where people would want a little bit more out of that ending than what you get. Um, and I don't really know. Maybe somebody else has heard. Maybe they ran out of money. Maybe Wes Craven just ran out of steam with the movie. Or perhaps that's the way he wanted to end it. That's the way he chose to end it. Um, okay, The Hills Have Eyes. Okay. Yeah. Not a fan of the remake. Definitely not a fan of the remake. TJ, you said the Hills remake fell short on the characters. Even the mutant family I felt were not as compelling. Ruby especially added nothing to the movie. Yeah, I probably will never watch that remake again of that film. Okay, so I'm going to be flat honest about the Dead or Alive movie. Not Dead Alive, but Dead or Alive, which is I guess an Asian film about, um, I don't know if it's the Yakuza or what it is, that is basically torturing people. And like, there's a big scene that's supposed to gross everybody out where basically a girl's forced to eat her own shit or something, and they put her in this pool of her own shit, and I don't know. It's kind of like Human Centipede for me. I just don't. I don't see the point. I know the Japanese make a lot of crazy movies, and I like the majority of them. This was one that I felt, and I apologize to Joe Bob if this was one that he handpicked. Um, I just didn't think it had a place. Uh, Number one in drive-in movies. Number two, in the with the Dinners of Death theme. So I was not fond of this one. I watched parts of it. I honestly did not watch all of it. Um, I think the second time I went through it, I just fast forwarded it to Joe Bob's parts. Um, uh, let's see. Johnny said the remake did a pretty good job of making the husband a badass at the end. He went from wuss to vengeful husband as well. Jay, you said don't apologize for not liking something. Well, Jay, I always feel like I have to explain why I don't like something. I don't want to just say flat out I don't like it, because that's not really giving you guys an answer to anything. But I think, I'm not saying that people are mean to me. I'm not saying that Steve is mean to me. I'm just saying, like, Steve's not the only one, but he's the person that I live with. Sometimes Steve gets irritated with me when I don't like something that he's trying to watch. And I'm not saying that this movie is definitely an example of that, but there have been similar movies where I just didn't understand the point of the movie. And honestly, I have a bad habit of, if I don't like something, I don't mean to intrude on another person's enjoyment of a movie, but I tend to talk about it, mostly in a disparaging manner, and ask all these questions and stuff like that, which makes Steve irritated with me. So I think over time, I've become pre-programmed to feeling like I got to apologize for not liking something. So that's the answer to that. So, X-Ray, you say, Dead Alive was first Takeshi Miike movie I watched in theaters. That and Audition. I like Audition much better, even though Audition is, that bitch is crazy in that movie. His work isn't for everyone. X-Ray, you said what people remember most was the ending. Dead or Alive 2 is the best one of the series. Well, the other thing I was wondering, and maybe you guys can shed some light on it, why are movies like this even on Shudder? I don't consider them horror movies. There are several other things that I don't know why they're on Shudder. Dirk, you say you really like Audition. Jay, you say I gave an Audition DVD to some normie co-workers and told them it was a romantic comedy. Never lived it down. I bet you didn't, Jay. Dirk, you say The Hills Have Eyes original is the better film, but I do think it was one of the better remakes. That being said, part 2 was a piece of shit in my opinion. X-Ray, you say Dead or Alive was just very different for the time. It kicked off the short-lived Japanese explosion in the early 2000s. Dirk, you say gore, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that for me, since you brought that up, would be the only possible explanation of why this is on Shudder. John, you said my favorite non-horror that Joe Bob showed was Class of '84, great exploitation movie. Yeah, I mean, I love Class of '84, and maybe just because I like it, I feel like it fits in with that drive-in feel. But I don't think something like Dead or Alive fits in with the drive-in films at all. Being that Class of '84 is an exploitation movie, that feels like a drive-in movie to me. X-Ray, you say Takeshi Miike has made legit horror films. Dead or Alive is probably thrown in for gore reasons. Yeah, because I like his other films a lot better than that film. Um, X-Ray, you said Class of 1999 felt more like a horror film than 84. I actually need to watch Class of 1999. I was considering buying that a while back and then I didn't. But I still may try to get a hold of it. Okay, so moving right along to the last one he showed on Dinners of Death, which was Blood Rage, which I warn you guys, this is one of my favorite movies. And the reason why I watched this several years ago was because I found out Ted Raimi had a Blink and You'll Miss Him part in this as a condom salesman at the drive-in. And as many of you know, I am an absolute huge fan of Ted Raimi, and I will watch anything that the guy's in. Even watching a Playboy made video that Ted Raimi was in. I think I still have that video somewhere. Darky said maybe they have a lot of Asian viewers and Yuki, LOL. Yeah, I can't remember if they asked Yuki about that movie or not, what he thought about it. Texas, you say you love Blood Rage. It's incredible. It is an awesome movie. Jay, you say these movies are on Shudder because a sizable amount of horror fans also like other cold exploitation extreme cinema. Yeah, I think it's probably the younger generation that likes that extreme cinema. And I understand where you're coming from with that. It's just, I guess I'm so old school with my horror movies that I really don't need that kind of stuff to feel complete. But, you know, I'm not the programming director for Shudder, so I don't make those decisions. Yes, TJ, that's not cranberry sauce. The great line in that movie. I think this is a movie that Steve would probably say he never wants to watch ever again. Uh, X-Ray, you say Ted Raimi was the heartthrob of the Raimi family. He is in my book. I love that guy. Jay, you say Ted Raimi is in Van Damme's Hard Target. That is one I still need to watch, actually, Jay. Texas, you say I'd never seen it until it was on the last drive-in. I was blown away. I don't know how this movie slipped under the radar, but it did. I figured this would have been one that I was watching back in my younger days when I was watching a lot of slasher movies. This would have really fit the bill for me. But this was one I ended up watching much later. And like I said, the only reason I hunted it up was because I found out Ted Raimi was in it in a very minuscule part. But it basically concerns two twins, Todd and Terry, or Terry and Todd, or as Steve said, Todd Terry and stuff when we were doing a commentary on it. This is another one that Steve and I did a commentary on. And so, you know, maybe this is one we should do a watch along on too. I would love to do that. But anyway, Todd and Terry are twins, and Louise Lasser amazingly plays their mother. Louise Lasser's character is making out at the drive-in. She looks way too old and is too old to be making out at the drive-in. I'm sorry. But while she's making out with a Bruce Campbell look-alike at the drive-in, her twin boys sneak out of the back of the car, and Terry is the crazy one, and he ends up axing somebody to death at the drive-in and blames it on his brother Todd. Todd ends up having to go to the mental hospital. Years later, he breaks out, and Terry, who has basically seemed to stay sane for years, once his brother breaks out of the mental hospital, he goes back to his murderous ways. If you can watch the uncut version, I highly recommend it. I believe Arrow was the one that put out the set not long ago, where you can get to see all the different versions of this movie. It was also under the title Nightmare at Shadow Woods. But if you really want to watch the uncut version to see all the uncut gore and all that. But the movie is entertaining in and of itself. I highly recommend it if you've never seen it. I'm not sure if Blood Rage is still on Shudder right now. I'd have to double check on that. John, you said, yeah, when they showed Angel, I was like, huh? You may as well show RoboCop because it's more horror than Angel. Yeah, I think maybe they considered Angel one of those exploitation movies, but it's definitely not horror. I mean, it sometimes seems like all these streaming channels are kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel for horror movies now. And I don't know why. There's so many so many low budget movies that they could probably get the rights to show, and they haven't as of yet. And Netflix, I'll tell you, Netflix has went to shit. I don't even watch Netflix unless Stranger Things is on. It's the only thing I'm watching for. They used to have good movies on there. Now they've got crap. So, or that's my opinion, of course. Texas, you say they should have used Greg Mulvaney, her husband, on Mary Hartman. That would have been cool. John, you say, LOL, yeah, Ted Raimi only did like 30 seconds on the special features. Everyone else did 5 minutes or more. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's because Ted is shy or what. Maybe just doesn't like being on camera for a lot of time. I mean, when I met him, he was really super nice, but he was very reserved. Tubi does have a bunch of great ones, Dirk. That's probably the one lone holdout. Yes, X-Ray. Tubi is the choice streamer for cult and horror nuts. Jay, you said Joe Bob needs to show some kung fu movies. I'm sure there will be an audience for that. I mean, Steve will watch that. He will watch that all day long. So let's see. And so that was the Dinners of Death special. But I think I'm going to talk about, well, I'll talk about A Very Joe Bob Christmas really quickly, which was shown on December 21st, 2018. And this is the special, the Christmas special, where Joe Bob really didn't show any Christmas horror movies. He showed the Phantasm movies, which I'm a huge fan of the Phantasm movies. I love them all, except Ravager sort of depressed me. The whole thing about, for those of you that haven't seen Phantasm Ravager, you might want to plug your ears. I'm not really going to give any major plot points away, but the whole thing about having Reggie be in a nursing home and suffering from dementia and all that, that was just like, how did Reggie go from being the badass ice cream vendor with the ponytail to an old guy suffering from dementia in the nursing home? How does that happen? How does that happen between the fourth movie and Ravager? I just didn't get that storyline at all. X-Ray, you say Kung Fu movies are still very niche in the West when it comes to cult movies. For some reason, I stopped posting about culty Hong Kong or yeah, Hong Kong movies because most horror guys only know movies from USA and Italy. Um, X-Ray, you say stopped posting about them in Facebook groups. Um, but I'm not going to go into every one of the Phantasm films because I think you guys all all know about the Phantasm films by now. Um, X-Ray, you say you never watched the final Phantasm. To be fair, though, the Phantasm movies always had shitty continuity. Well, it seemed like at first it was shitty continuity, but I think what it really was trying to mix and match those different realities, and I think they bring more of that to light in Ravager. Um, I don't think that was really that much explained in the other films. Um, but I think that's why the continuity seemed to be screwy. X-Ray, you say I only recognize Phantasm 1 and 2. Um, the first Phantasm is a fantastic movie. I thought Don Crowscarelli did an excellent job with it. Part 2, the thing that disappointed me was that Michael Baldwin, or just Michael Baldwin, did not return as Mike. Um, so but I didn't not like the film. So John, you said I love Phantasm 1. I think it's honestly a dream type film. It's meant to be open to interpretation. Yeah, I remember my dad watching it with me, and although he enjoyed it, he said that movie didn't make a lot of sense. And Joe Bob has said the same thing over the years, that the movie doesn't make a lick of sense, but it's still fun. Um, Jay, you say X-Ray, hello, fellow Kung Fu movie watcher. So, I'm not going to go into deep detail about Phantasm movies, other than to say I think they were a great addition to the Last Drive-In lineup, even though they weren't Christmas movies per se. Joe Bob definitely tried to play them off as Christmas movies, but Darcy wasn't having any of it. Although I can tell that Darcy does enjoy the Phantasm movies. And they also had Reggie Bannister and his wife, Gigi Bannister, who did special effects. And I don't know if I don't think she did them in all of the Phantasm movies, but she did do some, I think. Excuse me. I am so sorry, guys. I've had sinus problems for about a week or week and a half or whatever now. Um, so anyway, so on February 28th, 2019, Shudder announced that The Last Drive-In with Joe Bob Briggs series would formally premiere on March 29th, 2019, consisting of 9 weekly double features live every Friday night. So let's see if we can go through some of these movies in the first season. The first 2 movies were Chud and Castle Freak. And also, Barbara Crampton was a guest, and they talked to Felissa Rose, as I said, who was the newly Christian mangled dick expert. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Chud. Let's see. X-Ray, you say they should have brought back Grace Jones from Phantasm 3. John, you say you could say that the first film is just Mike imagining stuff to deal with his parents and brother's death. Sad, but yeah. Yeah, I could certainly see that too. That inventing the tall man may have been his whole way of dealing with that. Instead of having an imaginary friend, this evil tall man was there. The other thing, before I go on, about Phantasm Ravager that was so sad was this was the final appearance of Angus Scrimm as his Tall Man. And I don't think anybody could take Angus Scrimm's place as a Tall Man. And I would hope that nobody would even try. But Angus Scrimm's health was not good at all during the filming of Ravager. And so a lot of the movie he wasn't even actually really in. It was like he was projected like into the movie. But anyway, back to the first season of The Last Drive-In. We had Chud and Castle Freak. Now, I'll be honest, I usually love any movies with Barbara Crampton and Jeffrey Combs and that are done by Stuart Gordon and all that. But Castle Freak was not one of those movies I enjoyed. And there may be some of you that enjoyed it, but I just was not a fan of it, and it unfortunately was one of those movies that I ended up fast forwarding through it. I didn't actually watch it all of it the night that it streamed, and so I ended up watching it later, and I was like, I just, And I remember when this movie first came out, I was not a fan of it either. So I really don't have a lot to say about that one, other than I didn't care for it, but I liked listening to Barbara Crampton talk in between scenes in the movie, talking to Joe Bob about making the movie and about working with Jeffrey Combs and all that. That was interesting. TJ, you say, by the way, I think Shudder gets things that Joe Bob wants. Not all horror. Back on TNT, Monster Vision had movies like Planet of the Apes, Wrath of Khan, and Teen Wolf. Don't know for sure. Yeah, some of that stuff probably Joe Bob wanted back in the Monster Vision days, but I've also read some things that indicated that some of that programming was pushed on him, especially when it went from being Monster Vision to Joe Bob's Hollywood Saturday Night. They were making him cover things like romantic comedies and stuff like that, which I think started that downward spiral where you knew that show wasn't going to last much longer. X-Ray, you say, I think the only scene anyone even remembers from Castle Freak was the titty chomp scene. Probably so. Probably so. But yeah, so like I said, I don't have a lot to say about Castle Freak other than I'm not a fan of it. So I will talk about the one that I am a fan of, which is Chud, with Daniel Stern and John Hurd, who John Hurd sadly is no longer with us. He passed away pretty young, actually. But one of the big things I like about Chud is the fact that Daniel Stern's character and John Hurd's character, they seem like they are actual friends. And when they did the commentary for the film, it sounds like it's just a great camaraderie back and forth. And I love that. And I think that also worked for the film. And it's just an overall fun, creepy, mutated people or whatever in the sewers, and they're coming out and attacking people. And I don't know, there's just something I like about that movie. This was another blind buy for me years ago, and I bought it because it sounded good, and I fell in love with the movie, basically. Curly Jaws, you say, definitely going to watch some Joe Bob. I have never seen any of his stuff. Yeah, definitely see if you can get hooked up where you can watch some of that, Curly Jaws. Okay. So, The second week was Q the Winged Serpent and Society. Okay. Q the Winged Serpent is basically a monster movie done by Larry Cohen. Um, it was just okay. I mean, some of Larry Cohen's other stuff I like better. Like It's Alive and stuff like that. Um, but this is a fun little like stop motion animation monster movie where a monster is basically taking over a city, and I mean I liked it for what it was. It's just not something I want to watch often. I think Larry Cohen did a good job with it. I think it was an interesting premise, and pretty much a fun all around movie. Yeah, it ain't no the stuff. Um, but you're like me, X-Ray. You say it's pretty fun. Um, X-Ray, you said the only Chud movie I've seen was Chud 2, Bud the Chud. I thought it sucked balls. Well, X-Ray, I tell you, you need to go back and watch the original Chud if you can get a copy of it. I would recommend watching that. I think you will enjoy it a lot more. Um, but the second film that was shown was Society. And, okay, I think this one was done by Brian Yuzna, who was like a collaborator with Stuart Gordon. Um, this movie, in my opinion, is just okay. I'm not rabid for it or anything like that. I don't really have any interest in watching it again anytime soon. Um, but I realize that it does have its audience. I mean, it's very over the top, which more than likely makes it entertaining to a lot of people. Um, but yeah, I agree. X-Ray Society is something uh, you didn't like, but you feel everyone should watch it once. It's worth it for the effects alone. The effects are good. Um, John, you say Society is so gross, haha. Um, yeah, remember that whole scene where he said, "Remember when you said I was a butthead? Now I literally am a butthead," or something to that effect, and his head was a butt. Um, John, you say, "Oh man, X-Ray Chud 1 is pretty good." I agree. Um, X-Ray, you say, "It felt like if Louis Bunnell made a body horror film in the 80s. Jay, you said, Joe Bob was correct about Chud. Dirk, you said, first time I saw Chud was on Commander USA. Yeah, Commander USA, it seems, has showed a lot of the same movies that Joe Bob shows or has shown in the past. Um, and probably has a whole different take on them than what Joe Bob has or had. But I think I think Steve might be a bigger fan of Society than I am. I'm not really sure. I'd probably have to ask him about it. But it's okay for a watch, but like I said, it's not something I'm clamoring to watch again anytime soon. Okay, let's see. The third week, the movies were Deathgasm and The Changeling. Um, and they did talk to Felissa Rose as the mangled dick expert. Um, but Deathgasm is surprisingly one of those newer movies that I enjoyed. Um, I'm not so much of a fan of it that I want to watch it over and over and over again like I do some movies. But it was, just a fun little movie a fun little time waster of a movie, I guess I would say, because I didn't hate it. I actually enjoyed it. Um, and it took, you know, it took directions that I personally wasn't expecting it to go to, um, which was fun because those twists and turns along the way, they're always fun. Um, but then The Changeling is a classic for me, a classic ghost story type of movie. Yes, Dirk, metal horror. TJ, you say Society came out when it was all about the direct to video special effects movies, but it had the whole class versus class aspect that gave it a bit of substance. I could definitely see that too. Dirk, you say Society is not what I need to rewatch. Uh, yes, Dirk, metal horror, definitely. Um, Texas, you said the Easter egg at the end credits is great. Oh man, I'm forgetting the Easter egg in the end credits. That's terrible. I maybe should have tried to rewatch that again before this. Maybe you can refresh my memory on that, Texas. Um, but The Changeling is a classic ghost story film with George C. Scott, who is I believe he's either a writer or a musician. I want to say a musician, and or a pianist, or whatever you want to say. And his daughter and his wife end up dying tragically, so he ends up moving into this old like Victorian house. It's like one of these great big Gothic style, Victorian style houses, and he ends up kind of starting a relationship with the lady that actually helped him get the house to rent. Um, but there's something in that house that doesn't want to leave. And I'm just going to leave it at that. There's a creepy scene with a wheelchair. And there's a couple other creepy scenes dealing with supernatural events. Um, and I know, again, there's some people that don't like The Changeling. But I think it's a classic. I really, this one was another one that was a blind buy for me many years ago. I managed to get a copy and watched it. So when the new version came out, the Blu-ray, I believe, I ended up purchasing it and really enjoying it all over again. Um, Dougie say it's great. George C. Scott has been in some great films and is versatile as hell. He certainly is. He is definitely one of those versatile actors. Um, Texas, you say he plays the record backwards, and it's his dead friend saying he's hanging with Kurt Cobain and Paul McCartney, and his friend says Paul's not dead or something like that. Ah, okay. I remember it now, Texas. Thank you for refreshing my memory on that. So, moving right along to week 4, um, is one of Wes's favorite films, and that's Madman from 1982, and Wolf Guy from 1975, who I think that's the movie that has Sonny Chiba in it. I want to say that's the one. And the guest was Yuki Nakamura, the production designer for The Last Drive-In. Now, Madman is, like I said, that's a movie that Wes absolutely loves. He's championed this movie for a long, long time. But I like it. Madman was a blind buy for me many years ago, even before I had listened to even one episode of Dead Pit. I didn't even know who Dead Pit was at that point when I purchased Madman. So Wes can definitely say that he did not influence me to get this movie or become a fan of this movie. So I hadn't even met Steve or any Dead Pit related people. I you know, I was still oblivious to all of that. But anyway, I ended up purchasing it and enjoying it as a slasher movie. However, I always have said that I think if you compare The Burning and Madman, I think Burning is the better of the two films. Wes will continue to disagree with me, and so we'll have to agree to disagree on those two films. Um, but you basically got a crazy farmer who had killed his family years ago and was hung. If you say his name aloud, Madman Mars, um, he will come after you. And that's basically what happens is, I don't know what a camp for gifted children means, really, but this is what it's a camp for gifted children, and they tell the story of Madman Mars by the campfire. And I think Brandon's making some noise again. He scared the crap out of me. Um, but so basically, Richie, one of the kids at the camp, says Madman Mars' name aloud, and Madman Mars ends up coming back to the camp and killing people off. So, let's see, John, you say I first saw Madman on IFC back in 2010 or so. I couldn't believe I hadn't heard of it before. Love it. I did not realize that IFC showed that. I must have missed that out on that. X-Ray, you say you didn't like the Batman, like Madman or Burning. Interesting, X-Ray. That you don't like either one of those. Um, is there another movie that's similar to those two that you're a fan of, or are you just not fans of those types of movies? You know, the Cropsies and the Madman Marses of the cinema. Um, Derek, you say, I rented Madman on VHS. The Burning had better characters, better kills, and overall better atmosphere, in my opinion. But, as Wes and many others will bring up, you did not have the hot tub scene. But Derek, actually, I will agree with you on everything that you said. But Wolf Guy, guys, I have nothing against Sonny Chiba. Unfortunately, he's another guy that's no longer with us. But I just was completely not interested in watching this movie for some reason. I think Steve did end up watching it. This is another one that I could not bring myself to watch. It just did not sound interesting to me at all. Perhaps on down the line I may give it another try. But again, this is more than likely one I can't recall now if I've actually sat down to watch the Joe Pop segments for it. When Steve heard it was going to be shown, he was like, heck yeah, but I wasn't as excited. John, you say, back in the day, IFC would show any old horror film that was independent originally. Most of the popular first horror films were before the studios got them, besides Friday the 13th. Yeah, I remember that time period with IFC, but I just, for whatever reason, I must have missed Madman. So, I can't really go on and on about Wolf Guys, so we'll move on to week 5, which had Demon Wind and House of the Devil. Okay, so I know there are some people that don't like House of the Devil. And then there's some people that like it pretty well, and then some people that love it, and then there's some people that really, really hate it. Let's see. TJ, you say, I saw Madman right after Dead Pit and had an interview with the director back in the day. That's awesome. Jay, you say, I love Sonny Chiba, but Wolf Guy ain't great. Darky say, Madman has a better theme song. That's all. But I see hillbillies and Southern folk loving it more. Oh man. Um, but Demon Wind is from 1990, and it was a cool little film. Again, not one that I'm clamoring to rewatch anytime soon. I, I'm believing this was the one where the group of friends come to a house that one of the guys has inherited, um, and where something terrible happened years ago. And I can't remember if it was, I want to say it was to his grandparents. And then terrible things start happening to the young people that come there. Um, Interesting little movie. It works well. Um, it's just not, in my opinion, anything outstanding that I've really got to be, going back and watching. Just, oh, I got to watch it again anytime soon. So, uh, Dark, you say House of the Devil is awesome. TJ, you say Demon Wind blows. There, I said it. Haha. Yes, and you're perfectly within your rights to your opinion, TJ. I'm not saying it's a great movie. I'm just saying it's a fun little time waster of a movie to watch every once in a while. John, you say it's funny how people try to compare $10,000 independent low budget films now to 70s and 80s $100,000 independent films. Way different. Back then, that was still a good budget, even if low. X-Ray, you say Demon Wind was one of those VHS boxes I always just looked at for a second and passed on back in the day. Yeah, I don't remember watching this movie back in my VHS rental days. I remember the VHS box, but I don't ever recall renting it. Um, but House of the Devil, the second feature that night, um, I had seen this before. I remember CK and Uncle Bill talking about it quite a bit at the time that it came out. And I did get the VHS version of it that came with a DVD or Blu-ray or whatever, and that VHS. And I believe mine's still sealed up, my VHS. I think Steve's plastic was split on his, unfortunately. I like the way it's set up. I like the throwback to 80s culture in it. I like the setup. I think it's creepy. And, the girl being lured there with the promise of being able to babysit it and getting a buttload of money. And you think she's going to be babysitting a child, but it turns everything on its head after she gets there and been there a while. It's also creepy, anytime a woman is seemingly in a house by herself, pretty much, and then creepy things slowly start to happen. I think a film like that will generally work. Um, so, let's see. John, you say, I like Ty West. House of the Devil is pretty good. Now, I remember the weird thing about House of the Devil and my original experiences with it, I had my mom watch it late at night. I've talked a lot about me and my mom used to watch movies late at night when my dad was working a night shift and he wouldn't get home until real late. But generally, my mom would end up falling asleep before the movies were over. So I could have sworn that she liked what she saw of it, and then she fell asleep. And then I said, well, Mom, do you want to watch the rest of that movie? And I let her borrow my copy of it. And she said, Dana, I hated that movie. It's like, I don't get it. It's like you liked it the other night when you watched the first part of it, but then now you think it's stupid. So that was one thing I remember about that movie the original viewings. Okay, so week 5, or I'm sorry, week 6 was Wolf Cop and Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. And Felissa Rose, they talked to Felissa Rose again, and John McNaughton was also a guest talking about Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. Okay, first off, and yes, I am ready for that too, Dirk. I'm eagerly anticipating watching that. Um, but okay, Wolf Cop is another movie, and I might take some flack for this, guys, but I have never been a big fan of Wolf Cop. Even actually, you know how I was talking about Steve gets aggravated with me when I don't like a certain movie and I will talk over it. I don't intend to ruin his enjoyment of a movie. It's just a bad habit I have. Wolf Cop was one of those that, not during the Joe Bob last drive-in thing, but when Steve watched it for the first time, he really enjoyed it. And I was like, this movie is shit. I found nothing entertaining about it. I mean, most werewolf movies I like, but this one, and again, I'm no prude, but it just seemed to be like going overboard with the sex. You know, all the women found the wolf cop sexy, and they had to screw him. I mean, who cares? I mean that, and this was another one that, with the exception, I guess, of some of the special effects, I don't really call it a horror movie. Maybe you would call it an exploitation movie. I have no idea. Oh, yeah, John, I know I'm going on a little long tonight, but thank you for sticking around as long as you did. You get some sleep now. Uh, let's see. X-Ray, you say, Henry is a rough watch, legit great 80s horror. I agree. I'm just about to start talking about that one. X-Ray, you say, didn't watch Wolf Cop because I just can't stand these hipster 80s nostalgia fest movies. And Jay, you say, at X-Ray, agreed. Jay, you say you full on hate movies like Wolf Cop. So I guess I've got other, people that feel the same way about it as I do. And, you mentioned, X-Ray, you mentioned hipster 80s nostalgia fest movies. Yeah, and usually Steve is not the hipster type. You know what I mean? He's, not into that. But he went through a spell, and he still goes through it to somewhat, where he's like he's got to give every horror film that comes out a chance. And it's like, if I watch the first few minutes of it and it's not doing anything for me, then I won't continue with it. But he will sit through it, and sometimes he says they're shitty, but the majority of the time he says they're decent. So I truly don't get it. That a man in his 50s that has had a chance to enjoy all these great movies, I can't wrap my head around the fact that he likes some of the shit that comes out. X-Ray, you said, like, I know some people talk highly of Astron 6. That shit makes me want to puke. For the most part, it does me too, X-Ray. Are they the ones that did the Father's Day? Because I thought that was a piece of shit too. I bought it for Steve, but I didn't have any interest in watching it. Dirk, you say, I didn't watch it. I may be wrong, but the title sounds like a mix of Teen Wolf and Maniac Cop. Doesn't sound exciting to me. TJ, you say, I liked Wolf Cop, but it does have the trope of the jerk character being the lead that the audience is supposed to side with. Yeah, I could see that too. But the second feature, Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, this is a movie that Steve pretty much refuses to watch on, eh, he never wants to watch that movie. And he says it's dark and depressing, which it is, and very, in my opinion, realistic look at serial killers. Um, it's very disturbing. It's very dark. It's very depressing. But on the other side of the coin, it's also a very important part of horror and exploitation movie history. I also think Michael Rooker does an excellent job of playing the Henry character, who um, is evidently based on Henry Lee Lucas. So um, I don't think I could really have much to add to Henry other than to say, if you've never seen it, I would definitely give it a try. But do bear in mind that it is a very disturbing, dark, and depressing film. And you might need to watch something quite a bit lighter after you see this film. Um, Actually, you say, yep, they made that one. Okay. Jay, you say, I watched Wolf Cop, didn't like. Astron 6, I kind of liked. Um, the Editor, and enjoyed The Void, just like the other stuff. Now, The Void is one that I liked out of that bunch that they did. The Editor, I hated. That another one was one that Steve liked. Um, but The Void, I did enjoy. Okay, so moving right along. To week 7, um, which is Contamination from 1980 and A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night, 2014. Okay. I tell you what, I'm just thinking about the second film. But Contamination for me is a fun little movie. Not a very well made movie, but just a fun movie with good special effects. And I believe this is the one where the pods kind of explode and turn people into zombies or something. Um, it is a foreign film, of course. I believe it's Italian. And I did enjoy that one. But okay, I just want to say, what is it with making these titles so damn long? Why does it have to be that long? Why does it have to be A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night? It seems almost like a run-on sentence to me. It just bothers me. Um, but uh, but anyway, this one was another one that I pretty much didn't have a lot of interest in watching. Ended up fast forwarding through it just to watch the Joe Bob parts. Um, and I know it's a foreign film. Um, Actually, it's a Persian film, and I have nothing against Persian people, but it takes place in the Iranian ghost town Bad City and depicts the doings of a lonesome vampire. Um, it was filmed in Taft, California in black and white. It was chosen to show in the next program at the 2014 Sundance Festival. Okay, this film just literally did not do it for me. This seemed like to me one of those artsy fartsy type of deals that is another one that, even though it's got like a vampire in it, another one that I feel like doesn't have a place at Shudder. I mean, it played at Sundance, for goodness sake. But I never really got into it. I tried to watch the first part of it and I started tuning out. So I said, yeah, I think I'll just fast forward through this sucker. Um, let's see. Durkee said, I'm not buying that release. It's coming out of Portrait. It's worth a one time watch. Would rather watch Maniac. Well, and Dirk, that probably goes along the lines of Maniac is pretty much pure exploitation, and um, Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer is, in my opinion, too realistic for its own good at some points. Um, Jay, you say Henry, fuck the Bears. No, Otis, that's your sister. uh, let's see. X-Ray, you say Contamination has a better soundtrack than the movie. Fun FX. Good to play while cleaning your living room or building cabinets. Jay, you say, yeah, kitchen cabinet update. Well, I'll be working on the kitchen cabinets here again soon. But right now, I'm having way too much fun doing these live streams, which is why I haven't taken advantage of, like today, I was off on vacation. I did not take advantage of it, the 70-degree weather, to go out in the garage and work on the cabinets. X-Ray, you say, haven't watched that one. I remember watching an interview with the director. She's very pretentious and made me not want to see it, lol. Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't watch any interviews with her. Dirk, you say, yeah, I wonder if that's who Rob Zombie named Otis in the House of a Thousand Corpses after. Possibly. X-Ray, you say, the same director was supposed to make a female-led remake of Cliffhanger. Well, that seems weird. Durkee say it's definitely an art film. I fell asleep. So I guess I'm not the only one that thinks it's an artsy-fartsy film. Jay, you say, I'd argue it's not a Persian or Iranian film. Jay, you say it's hard, but not my flavor. Okay. But so that's really all I got to say about A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night. I basically didn't care for it. So the eighth week, we're almost done with this, guys. The eighth week was The Stuff and Street Trash. And Felissa Rose, they talked to her. They call her on the little red phone, basically. The Stuff I love. I think that's a fun, wacky movie. I love the cosplay that Darcy did in the swimsuit, and she had the little stuff container. Damn, I want to get one of those containers that had the stuff in it. I tried looking, I think, on eBay right about the time that they showed the stuff on the last drive-in, and they were going for so much money that I really couldn't afford them at the time. X-Ray, you say both good movies, but I got to give the edge to Street Trash. Okay, you guys are probably going to be disappointed in me when I get to Street Trash, but since we're almost done, I'm going to just say that Stuff was my favorite of those two movies. Dirk, you say you love both of the films. Here's a little hit of background on me and Street Trash. When Steve and I hadn't been dating very long, he introduced me to the movie Street Trash. And I really don't know what I was expecting, but I was just, I don't know. I just didn't feel the same way about that movie as I did The Stuff. It didn't seem fun to me. It didn't, and like I said, I really don't know what I was expecting, but it evidently is not my cup of tea. I don't absolutely hate it. It's another one that I'm not clamoring to watch again anytime soon. X-Ray, you say Basket Case, Street Trash, Slime City, and Liquid Sky feel like they take place in the same New York City. I could definitely see that, X-Ray. So now we're to the final ninth week of the first season, The Last Drive-In. which the movies were Blood Harvest and Hello Mary Lou Prom Night 2. They had guests. They had two guests, Tiny Tim related. Justin Martell, who's the Tiny Tim biographer, and Bucks Burnett, who was Tiny Tim's manager. Um, Blood Harvest. Jay, you want to know how Basket Case is fun for me, but Street Trash isn't fun? I don't know, Jay. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to have to watch Trash again and get back to you on that. Can I do that? Um, I don't know. I can't pinpoint it right now. It's after 12:30. Maybe give me a little time to rewatch Street Trash, and I'll get back to you on that. Maybe if I watch it again, I will like it better. I didn't hate it. I just didn't like it as well as the stuff. Um, but Blood Harvest, dang, that's a fun one. It's a weird one, but it's a fun one. But it's probably the only horror film. If you could name another horror film that has Tiny Tim in it, I'll be your best friend forever. But I don't believe that there's another horror film that has Tiny Tim in it. Um, Boy, is he one weird character in this. He plays the marvelous Mervo, who, after his parents die or commit suicide, um, he starts dressing in clown makeup all the time and going around singing to people, breaking into people's houses and stuff. Um, Meanwhile, you've got a killer that's killing people off, mostly people that are close to Jill, the main character in the movie. Um, I highly recommend, if you've never seen this movie, that you get a copy or watch it. Well, X-Ray says it's on Tubi, so if you haven't seen it, there's a place that you can watch it. Because X-Ray, you say, been meaning to watch Blood Harvest, got it bookmarked on Tubi. Dirk, you say you don't remember Blood Harvest. Well, buddy, you will remember it after you watch it. You will remember it for years to come. Now, this is a movie that, when it was first released on DVD, it was out for a very short time and then it got pulled. Retro Media had put it out. And I am not sure what happened with that, but it disappeared pretty fast. But I, fortunately, was able to get a hold of a copy before they pulled it. Now you can get a Blu-ray of it and also a 12-inch, well, you could get a 12-inch picture disc with music and dialogue from the movie. Mostly Tiny Tim. Or pretty much all Tiny Tim. But yeah, I highly recommend that one for just kind of cheesy good fun, and because it has Tiny Tim on it. The second feature, Prom Night 2, Hello Mary Lou. I remember the first time I watched this movie, I was disappointed because I guess I was thinking that it was going to be a direct continuation of the original Prom Night. This one flips the original Prom Night on its ear. But I still like it. You know, now that I've had multiple viewings of it, I have grown to appreciate the film better as another aspect of Hamilton High and the introduction to the Mary Lou character. And evidently, Darcy's a huge fan of it, as well as Joe Bob, because she did an excellent cosplay where she dressed as Mary Lou Maloney after she was burnt. And her and Joe Bob had that lovely prom scene dance, or prom dance scene, at the end of the last drive-in. So that was all great. And TJ, you say, I showed Blood Harvest at a Halloween party. We thought it was just hilarious. Another fun group watch, definitely. The slipcase on Vinegar Syndrome is sold out, so Born to be Rad hopefully got his copy, LOL. But guys, we have reached the official end to talking about the first season of The Last Drive-In. Um, cool, Dirk. You'll have to let me know what you think of it after you see it. Um, but I thank you guys that were able to stay in here with me for the entire duration of this. I'm guessing Wes and Aaron must have tuned out or found better things to do, including sleep. Um, I know Darren probably would have stayed longer if he wasn't sleepy. Um, and John, the same thing. I was surprised that people stayed in here as long as they did because I don't really consider myself that entertaining. um, but anyway, I'm going to skedaddle on out of here, guys, and I will be back soon. Yeah, 4 hours. Steve's going to die, absolutely die, when he finds out how long I went on with this. TJ, you say, great stream, Dana, fun stuff. Thank you, TJ. I appreciate that. Um, you're very welcome, Jay. I enjoyed doing it. It was my pleasure. Um, good night, Jay. Good night, X Ray. And so I am, with that being said, I am going to officially stop streaming now. Thank you, Dirk.